We all asleep. Every time to wake up. I don't know why it was so chill, but it was. There you go. Sorry guys, I had a few errands I had to quickly do then. Certain cat had made a bit of a mess downstairs. Apparently we decided to jump up on the side and throw everything off the side, which resulted in me having to clean it up. But hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to a little bit of Shadowkin Arena. It's a little bit first, right? It could be an absolute disaster, but we'll see how it goes. It's always the cat, isn't it? Always. I was just trying to keep you calm, Earbad, with all of the stress that you might be going through. Hello. Of course, when we start stream, the cat must demand attention. Even though you made a mess downstairs. So how are we all doing? How was everyone's weekend? What did you get from your shards if you went for it? Like the Shadow Arena talking about how in golf is not easy winning. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Some of these are looking a little bit ropey. I'm not going to lie. Some of... like, what the hell? Like, what am I going to do against that? WTFH to 7076. It's quite a cool name. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a minion. You get to enjoy your minionship badge. If you haven't joined the Discord, do so. Request the minion role. I really should check if I can get this like integration set up now where we can have like YouTube integrated. It still won't do it for me for some reason. It's really frustrating. It really is. I just want to be able to automatically give you roles within Discord, but it won't let me. It just doesn't show up. It's really annoying. It does for the main Hell Hades Discord with Hell Hades account, but for the YouTube that I've got, it just doesn't work. I think it's to do with the way that the YouTube is set up, because I'm not technically, the way that it's configured with me in Fiction, because I'm not technically classed as the owner of the account, I think it creates some integration problems. I've tried it like multiple times. I gave up in the end and manually did it. Come on in. There you go. Got Sulfurian. Nice. Yeah, I'll be probably pulling whatever, like the 1 or 2 Void Shards I have tomorrow for Shujen. I've learned to just not worry too much. And just kind of like, if there's a good times 10 for a Void, just pull the Voids. If I get something like good, if I don't, well, I don't. Is Jing Wong good? Jing Wong is very, very good at countering Kaima. That is one of the very good things about Jing Wong. He is very good at countering Kaima. He's also not a bad shout for Dragon 10 hard, because he's got quite a lot of debuff extension. So for keeping debuffs on a single target and for countering Kaima, that is what Jing Wong's really good for. Outside of that, he's a bit meh. His rebalance at least made him useful in a couple of areas. There you go, that's it. No more. Otherwise he'd be fat, chubby, and then I'd have to deal with a chubby fat cat, and I don't want to deal with that. Got a Shiramani. Okay, nice. Stuffed bell peppers and garlic toast. I have bread. That's my dinner, Tahako. No, he can't really do damage because he's HP based. But what he does do really well is when you come in and fight him here, Jing Wong. If you try to not Jinro, Jing Wong. If you try to put him or anyone of his to sleep, he's immune. So at the end of each enemy or ally turn, he'll remove the sleep and put deep block debuffs up. So he's a very strong counter to Kaima, because Kaima wants to sleep you. Well, he will immediately remove that and put block debuffs on your ally. Then he's kind of like a bit of a bot, if I'm being honest. His damage is okay, but this is really good for Dragon 10 hard, right? Because one, you've got to transfer all back onto the target, so you can send all the poisons back onto the boss, and you've then got a 2-turn, 1-turn extension. So he's very good at keeping debuffs on a target. So those are his 2 main usages. Fat shame the cat. No, I said she would get it if she kept eating treats. Wasn't shaming her. I was just keeping it real with her, you know? She's very clever at finding little tricks and treats. When is the new content? Honestly, me, I was in a call earlier with Never, one of the team at HH Gaming, and we both were like, we thought there was going to be a What's Next on Sunday, and I thought it was going to be like, is audio a little quieter than usual? Let me turn it up a bit. Is that better? The song's quiet, the music's quiet. Is that a bit louder? Or is that too loud? Let me check if I'm peaking. No, it should be fine. Perfect, cool. What do you want now? Yes, that's tea. Yes. Yes, that's your treats. You're not having any more. Move it along. What? Hello. You're interrupting the stream. Yes. Have you finished? You can't sit there. As much as you want to try, it's not going to work. What you want is a neck mo. Show you more than a tail. She's camera shy, this one. The moment I move the camera, she'll be gone. That's what she does. I've tried many times. Oh. Oh, wait. We're currently deciding between the top of the tower or the donut bed. We're sitting on the top of the tower. Oh. We're indecisive. We're indecisive. Yeah, I mean, she's not that, like, much of a... Honestly, when she's done, she'll walk away. But she's, like, obsessed with these. That's what she's obsessed with. So if I don't hide them... Like, she's looking at me now like, you picked the bag up. That must mean one thing. So if I don't hide them, she'd eat the whole bag. It's the only thing she is, like, really greedy for. Most of the time, she walks away from things when she's done. So we're just going to sit on there by the looks of it now. New video idea. Cat does TTA. Oh, imagine. I've accepted I'll never get a Kaima, so I know how people feel about getting specific champions. Yeah, she basically shows the tip of her tail, and that's about it. So... do I know what they're called in Spain? No, what are they called in Spain? Thoughts on Valkyrie? I'm trying to get ultra niche things with him, currently parking him in arena with Nogdar. He's actually very good with Wukong detonate FPS, right? He's very good with Wukong. That's where I would use my Valkyrie, and if I had him, I would be using him to kill the Wukong. The Wukong will self-revive, and then it basically activates everything you need. The Nogdar can do it as well. Not a bad option. But I think Wukong gives you more utility, right? So that's what I'd recommend, because when he comes back with full turn meter, which is really good. Don't know if Nogdar... Does Nogdar come back with full turn meter? Oh, and he does come back with full turn meter. So you could... Either of them are pretty good. I just think Wukong has more damage potential, right? You probably would interchange them depending on the affinity you're facing, because they're different affinity. Catisfaction. Oh, God. What a name. Yeah, Xu Zheng, if you've got it, is absolutely bonkers. Oh, come on now. Settle down. Okay, yep. Yep. Go on. Go to your chair. Go on, there we go. Oh, gosh. Alright. How about Fuse Lady Mikage? I'm still chasing... a goddamn Lumberer and a goddamn Vanguard. And also some epics. I'm not far away. I'm like 3 or 4 champions away. Will you go for the Kaima? I'll always keep going for a Kaima. I'll never give up hope. I will continuously go for a Kaima. Always I will go for a Kaima. Go for Vaska. He's a rare. Is he? Let me have a look. I actually have it open at the moment because I'm trying to do stuff. Necro Vaska. What does he do? deals necrotic damage. When this skills kill them, someone's a skeleton. So how are you using him, Wagner? He summons, keeps himself alive and tanks a lot. Okay. So you're basically using his summoning concept to... Have you got him in damage build or tank build? We're going to make a submission for Fateless Magician Champion event. That would be no fun for you guys then if I actually did that. His passive. Yeah, I see his passive is healing. Whenever the unit or their summoned you, whenever the hero or their summoned unit deals damage, the hero gains 100%. Okay. So what are you doing? You're just like trying to kill things? You use him in the set that mitigates damage. Which set? I know, it's weird when it's not glowing. Which set is it? You mean the ancestral one? Where the wearer takes 15% of the damage otherwise would be taken? Is that the one, Wagner? Where he basically takes 15%? I mean, I'll be honest, the Necro Ice teams really struggle for tanks. Unless you've got, like, the legendaries, they're really difficult. Like, I've actually got Urzilus Wagner, and I've also got Sharlak. So I actually have 2 summoners, but the summons that they would do wouldn't contribute to the summons that the other guy does. So you probably need to, like, load up attack speed, I guess, on Vaska to be able to get, like, the skeletons out. Or, like, skill haste. Because they don't last for very long, and you'd need to book him up. Interesting, though. Yeah, I see what you mean. What floor have you managed to get him to? Sorry, we're talking about Dragon here. Basically, Dragon is coming to the end of the season now, so probably Wagner and me are both like, how can we finish Pillar of Trials and Fae Meander? So, it's kind of like a little bit of, we're all just trying to, like, chase the last final things before the seasonal reset, so we get as many rewards as we can. Yep, all the gear gets deleted. It's got to start again. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot of the Necro Voids, Wagner. The Necro Legos. I have Urzilus and Sharlak. I do have Thea, but I don't really have, like, Zarloth. I don't really have things like the Gulendes. Delwanis is pretty strong. What rolls over? All of your heroes and any booking that they've done, that rolls over. They just get reset back to 0. All of the artifacts you've exchanged from duplicate hero materials. You keep like 70% of your essence of creation that you use to upgrade your artifacts. And also any dice, Weir Marrow, anything you've purchased, basically. The thing you lose, basically, is the gear. More than anything else. It's all the gear, and everything kind of gets reset back to 0. So we are talking about free-to-play event. It's something we're looking at. We're figuring it out. Let me just set something else off. Once more onto the planes. I think I can auto this. No, we're not 2, but 2 I can. Bum, bum. See if he does it. See if it works in the background. So you stuck on 48. Okay. I'll give it a go. I'll be honest, Wagner. I have done 0, 0, and 0 of the Pillar of Trial, so I've got a lot of work to do. It sounds bad, Track Media. Honestly, I don't know how it's going to be, but I will be honest, I think it's a good idea they're resetting it, because right now there's a lot of, like, there's a lack of incentive to farm gear anymore. because in reality, because you can swap gear so easily in Dragonair, you don't need much gear. Once you find those, like once you have a good damage set, you could pretty much use one damage set everywhere. You don't need to use it anywhere else. So why would you go farm another damage set, right? It's not like Raid where there's a cost to swap, so you have to keep farming gear. You can literally just click your gear around. It's so easy. It's a bit too easy, I would say. Danderbear, welcome back. 13 months. You get yourself the 1-year badge. You are one of the few available. I think only Cool has got it as well. Maybe a few others. Do you think that it's likely What's Next comes to you in CVC and new content on Thursday? Do you think... Honestly, I don't know, Matt. Now, normally when they do a What's Next, there's normally about 4 days. And there's normally some sort of test server. If you think about it, they normally give a test server to the creators so they can do promotional videos. So it's a very good possibility that maybe creators have got an embargo or something. I imagine the What's Next might drop maybe this week. It probably, more than anything, I would expect the update to go live next week now. Because I just don't think there's enough time between the What's Next and like the time to actually get all the different stuff together. I can't imagine they're just going to yeet it into game on Thursday now. It's too late. It's just too late. Yeah, but the thing is, Track Media, in Dragonair, it's significantly easy to swap gear. As in, you can swap your entire team gear set. It's really straightforward. It's almost a little bit too easy. That's what I'm saying. What do I need to do here? Stage 2. Like, so for example... can I show this? Yeah. So you can see here, right? If I want to go into here, right, and I just want to apply gear... You see this build here, I can apply gear teams. If I just want to change my gear, all I have to do is click load. Right, you see it saying exclamation mark, this isn't set. All I have to do is click load and it will just, basically, it will replace anything that isn't here. If I want the Heretical Ruins builds, I can just apply that there, right? I haven't saved that one in a while. If I want to use my Venom builds, I can just click load. It doesn't cost me anything. If I want to use my Temporal Vortex, you see all these little exclamation marks that don't mix? I can just click load. It swapped all the gear for me. If I want to go back, I can just click load. Swapped all the gear for me. It's almost like it's so good, it's too good, right? That's the only problem with it. It's so good, it's actually too good. Let's just do this a second. So I need to do this daily because it resets tonight and I don't know if I'll have a chance to do it. You need to stop doing stuff. Oh, that's doing too much damage to me. That's a bit nasty, so let's take him out. Normally I'd be playing Raid right now. I just need to do this quickly because it runs out tonight. What? Nasty. Yeah, I just need to do this and then we'll be fine. Nasty, man. This thing hits hard. But yeah, I mean, in Dragonair, to some extent, it's a little bit too easy to swap gear. So, it probably does. You're right, it probably does. But it should be fine. It should be fine. It's not too difficult. Which one is it going to be? What one's going to make him immune? That one. Annoyingly, this is just like, look how much life he has. Go. It's a weird looking Shadowkin, right? Was Driz a paid champ? It was a paid champ, but it actually was okay. Because you could basically, like, to be fair to them, they kind of told us, like, well in advance. So we knew it was coming. You know, they kind of told us with, like, 2 weeks notice. So I saved up all of my Heliolite dice and Weir Marrow. I didn't actually buy anything. Let's just do that to get rid of those. So I actually got away with not spending anything on it. Just my time, basically, and my Heliolite dice, which weren't too bad. I haven't used him yet, though, because everyone keeps saying he's not very good. So, but he might get used for the Pillar of Trial. The boss. We'll be back to raid in a second. I know you've come here for raid. We're not here for Dragon here. I just need to do this because it literally resets in like 2 hours. Is it worth booking Eric? I would, at this point, Wesley, wait. Like, if you're in the OG server... Yeah, cool. If you're in the OG server at this point, I would just simply wait. Right, we're in the knockings of the season. Like, for example, Never, we were talking earlier, like, we're not really farming gear anymore. I'm only farming gear because I have excess gear to farm. So if I have excess gear to farm, I might as well farm it for the Pillar of Trial and Fae. That's all I'm doing it for. I'm basically just trying to finish as much as I can because the season's pretty much over now. And the cool thing about the seasonal reset is it will get a complete, like, new storyline. So, you know, it keeps the game really fresh. One of the problems that Raid has is the game's a bit stale at times. Once you've done, like, 1,000 Ice Golem runs, it's going to be 1,000 Ice Golem runs. Whereas they're going to completely shake up the entire game, right? The elemental matchups is going to change. They're going to add brand new champions, the whole brand new story. The whole thing changes up. You know, all your artifacts reset, so you have to, like, go and look for new artifacts again. They're changing they're even, like, completely changing the artifact sets. This is Dragon here. We're just doing a daily quickly because I forgot to do it earlier. And I was just showing how gear swapping works in this game. So here's the thing, right? So yeah, it is open world, right? They do have a battle pass here, which is kind of cool. It's one of my weekly quests. Right, so now that I've done that, I can literally go, okay, do you know what? I want to go and, like, I can go fight out that one if I want to. I can't bother with that. So, like, I want to go farm this dungeon, right? So, like, I want to go farm this dungeon. I can literally come into here, go challenge, and I can go, oh, I need to get my gear back. Look at all this gear that I swapped. I wonder what gear that I used before. Swap. And it's just replaced all of the gear that I have. And I can literally configure this. I can configure it so I can tell it how often I want it to use his ultimate ability. I can stagger the first cast, the second cast. I can stagger it across waves. So I can fully control when I want my abilities to go off. Even if it's at a 19 second, I can tell it I want it 20 second, right? Even if this is running at 19 seconds, I can tell it 22. You can control the whole thing. And then when you press go, it's done. If you fail, you don't lose your energy. You only lose your energy if you win. The only thing you lose if you fail is your multi-battles. Right? So that's the only thing you lose. So I can keep trying this over and over again with different combinations at no penalty. It's very good. It's probably a little bit too good. Right? It's probably a little bit less punishing. I actually need to do more farming here, so you can see I've been using up my food a bit. But so here's why I say it's a little bit too good. Effectively, I don't need any gear. Because once you get your 5 pieces of gear, your tank gear, your couple of damage gears with a few adjustments, like there are some like stats you need for very specific damage dealers, but generally you're either going to have derivative damage dealers which need enlightenment and attack percentage, or you're going to have crit rate and you're going to have those builds, and then you're going to have a healer, right? Once you've got like maybe 8 gear sets or 8 pieces of gear that's really good for 8 different champions, you just keep moving them around. So you don't actually need damage gear, which is a bit of a problem, I think. Generally, I think it's almost like it's too generous because there's no incentive for you to keep farming because your gear's as good as it's ever going to be. So, hey, Saf, last Falcon in question. Is his A2, it reads weird. Does the damage for his A2 increase across the board as individual each target on debuffs? Which one is his A2? It'll be individually on the target, so he will ignore his damage will increase by 10% for each debuff on the target individually, not overall. It doesn't sum up all the debuffs, it does it per target individually. The only reason why it does it single target rather than AoE is to get around the Hydra passive, to try and make it more Hydra incentivized, because Hydra penalizes AoE damage. You summon Ethlin. Oh, not Ethlin the Pointless. We call this guy Ethlin the Pointless because he looks cool, right? He looks awesome, but he's pretty useless, in my opinion. He hits hard. I'm probably critical. YST did a very good video on him. He is decent, but he doesn't even buff his... Like, here's the thing, right? He doesn't buff his attack, so therefore his damage is terrible without a buff. So therefore that's really pointless. These debuffs are absolutely not worth, because you have a 100% chance of placing block active skills. So the true fit only happens if you weak hit, or if you 3%, because you use void, so you can't weak hit, which seems a bit pointless. You know, this passive is kind of cool, but it doesn't work against bosses. I don't know, I just don't like him. I think he's really trash for void epic. When you consider like Gembo strength, when you consider people like White Dried Nia, when you consider Seer, when you consider Sylar, all these powerful void epics, you know, Akimtum, when you consider the power of like Skrank, for example. And then you've got this Ethlin, the Pointless dude, who basically goes, oh, well, I can do it against certain champions, but it doesn't work against bosses. I don't actually buff myself increase attack. That's really useless. I can't actually place True Fear because of this. I'm like, it's so conditional. I hate it. I hate him. I hate him. Is it pretty easy to pre-configure stuff and get your dailies and that stuff done without syncing more than 23? Yeah, pretty much. Cart fat. So every day you have commissions, which is like a 5-minute job. You run around the map, you finish those commissions. You will have to do 3 dungeons, and you have to do 1 arena fight, and you have to do 1 horn summoning. So basically the what they class as battle pass dailies can be done in about 5 minutes. Then your food, you basically get 120 a day, and gear dungeons cost you 15. So you're looking at maybe 6 dungeon runs a day. You might fight the temporal vortex boss, that takes you like 5 to 10 minutes. And then you might be doing some arena battles. And then it's the rest of your time is committed to progress. So they have like a Doom Tower called Famiander and Pillar of Trials, where you basically, you're not under any time constraints. Whereas Raid, for example, if I don't do my 10 keys today, I lose my 10 keys tomorrow. In Famiander, what they did was unlock floors as days progressed, right? So day 1, there was 10 floors. Day 2, there was 20 floors. Day 3, there was 30 floors. I can go and complete it whenever I want, so long as I complete it before the end of the season. I'm not locked into having to do it there and then. So essentially, I can commit some time, like on a Sunday, for example, and just climb the Famiander, which is really, really good in my opinion. I think that's a better way of doing it than this key system. This key system encourages you to log in daily. That's the only thing, but I think their balance is pretty good. I think you could basically spend maybe like half an hour to an hour in Dragonair a day and get everything you need to get done. It's really good. So yeah, exactly. So the thing about Dragonair is the gearing system works purely because they know they're going to reset it, right? They know they're going to reset you, so therefore they can be a bit more generous with the way that they have their gear farming. You can craft legendary gear, for example. You know, you basically get, when you complete a dungeon, you basically get you get gear dropped to you, but you also get parts of like legendary or epic gear. So actually you can just craft your way to the top if you wanted to. you can craft legendary gear. So you get a lot more per dungeon run. The problem is you do quickly realize you don't need to farm as much gear, but then you focus on building different teams and trying to beat different stages. So they can do that because they know they don't need to put a time sink into gear farming because they're going to reset you anyway. So essentially gear farming is like the least important thing you do in the game. It's an important factor in like sort of month 2, but then at month 3 or 4, you're basically like, I'll just go and try and complete stuff in the game. You play the game, which is quite cool. Oh, I've done that, Wagner. I'm literally on stage 47 and Pillar of Trial 00, I think 2. I'm in a really bad state. I'm going to have to commit some time to it. Yeah, I don't really... So, the good thing about Dragonair is I feel like the heroes are pretty good across the rarities, right? There's some very powerful rares, there's some very powerful epics, and there's very powerful legendaries. It feels good to get a legendary, but you're not, like, gate-walled by it. So you can basically get all the dungeons on legendary farm with very few legendaries. I think I've got, like, 4 on my account. So it's very good. It's not for everyone, though, because a lot of people are scared of the reset, right? And I get it. So if you were to give Dragonair a try now, would you be behind on everyone? Does it matter? Well, it's servered, Dutchy, right? So if you start on a new server, you're probably fine because it's all server sharded, right? So newer servers are behind the seasonal 1 curve. I don't actually know it's going to work for content creation because we were saying this, like, I've been making content based on my server progress, and it's like, well, people might be on month 1. So it's hard to really say. The other thing you can do is wait for the seasonal reset and start again in season 2 on one of the other servers, right? Only way you can get onto one of, like, at my server is to have, like, an alliance leader on that server give you an invite to the server. So right, so this is a team I've been using anyway. Back to raid off Dragonair. This song is annoying me. It sounds like someone's ringing the doorbell. So this is the team I've been using so far. Obviously, one-man defenses is really, really straightforward. Like, you know, whoa, look at that, 13 points, amazing. Hey, Zaf, I needed help with BlueStacks referral accounts. Which should I go on the website? Oh, I don't know if the website guide is fully accurate now, Titan. There is a guide on how to start a new account, but it's not a guide on how to do referrals because the referrals kept breaking. Normally, what I would recommend you do is you just have a brand new instance of BlueStacks, a brand new Gmail account, and do it that way. That seems to work. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's a pain in the butt. Obviously, when I did my video this morning, I didn't know how many points it was going to be. I will say it's a longer than normal arena. This is really loud. It is a longer than normal arena takedown. But it's still inflated even for an extra day. Normally it'd be 390, so if you think 390 divided by 2 days or 3 days, it's about 130 points a day. So realistically, we should have been looking at somewhere about 520, not 660. So it is a little bit inflated. But the only good thing is they did do it on Arena Reset, right? So it's fun to see if I'm faster. Like, I'm never going to be faster than this. Let's see if we can do this. Drop speed. We didn't freeze. Oh, we only froze one person. This is the problem, see? It's the problem with the speed team. They just don't have enough damage. The song's annoying me. I'm going to put the playlist on. Let's shuffle it up. It's a bit rough. The speed team, like, I probably beat this. Maybe. No, see? And if I'm not fast enough now, it's just a loss. It's rough. Honestly, I think I need to go to a go second team. Like, these teams are fine. I beat these without. So I'm using Tomoa because I can basically get increased crit rate for everyone. Using Sachi for increased attack, and then this just one-shots. Pretty nearly. But you can see, even with the build these in, which is it's a pretty good build. I mean, it's nothing crazy. I could lose to this Wukong here. You know, he's in a pretty good build. So he's in 6.3k attack, 255% crit damage, and Savage Cruel. So he's in an okay build. It's just trying to punch through it without decreased defense is hard. I mean, the good thing, this is only 30 fragments, right? So you don't lose much if you don't do this event. This one is completely small. It's not a problem. I should be able to one-shot this kind of stuff. I might try a defense team in a minute. See if I can just out-tank it. Replace them with 2 champions I don't own, Mikai. I do not own a Swarin, and I do not own a Genzin. Therefore, cannot use them. No. Yep, welcome to my world. I actually, funny enough, I actually totally completely forgot about Yumiko in my video. Everyone's like, what happened to Yumiko? I was like, I totally forgot about it. My bad. And go again. Nice. What a cat, honestly. So it's a bit ropey, this team. Not gonna lie. It can win a few, but it loses more than it wins, essentially, because I can't really, like, I'm trying to win speed races. Oh, look at this Ronda skin. Isn't that exciting? The good thing is we're in Arena Reset, right? So I can basically do this because we're at low tier goal 5. So as long as I'm smart with my usage of my abilities, it's annoying. Alright, we still got the buffs. It's not enough damage, see? It's gone. This is why Gambo can't do it without a decreased defense, right? I could use Michinaki, right? So... Oh, damn. I didn't want to click again. That's annoying. It just totally lagged on me and double-clicked. If we take her out and we basically bring in Michinaki, try this. So we just basically boost. Drop defense. We're going to get cleansed. Nothing I can really do about that. We can basically boost up again. It's annoying. Lost our increase. And then we get petrified, see? So it's just a little bit frustrating. So I might try changing up my team a bit. And just go for go second. Because I got some good options. But I might just go for like a Kyoku type team. And use Kyoku as like a go second team. Tank it up with Kyoku. And come in with like damage Michinaki. Maybe. Yeah, that's the problem with Ninja, is you put the freeze out, and then the freeze is going to cause you problems. Obviously, it's Karato as well, would be a superior damage dealer. We could use a Nobel for Trollolols. Nagorio is actually quite good as well. This champ would be good if we weren't all single target, but we don't have any extra turns, so... Will you get out of the way? Go away. Go on. You're being annoying tonight. Go on. Aboro hits surprisingly quite hard as well. You know, this hits quite hard. AoE. We could just go nuke Aboro, nuke Kyoku with Michinaki. Yeah, they all kind of need decreased defense, right? So the problem is, can you actually set up a system where it works? I feel like a team which is like Kimi, Kyoku, Michinaki could work. It's whether or not you have enough to tank the team, you know? Whether or not you actually can keep him alive. And he's not exactly built for arena nuking. He's built decently, but not for arena nuking. You know, and she's built for PvE content here, so you can see she's built 291 speed. If you come back over here, seriously, sit down. You are being a pain to... No. Move it on. Move it on. Move it along. Move it along. Go on. Here we go. Honestly. You know, so... Those are the options. Or we just try and pair in some Yoshi with the team, but... You know, we could also bring this in as well for some trolling. But these Arbiter teams I'm never going to match because I don't have the aura. So you kind of have to avoid Arbiter teams, which means you're up against these type of Ultimate Death Knight teams, but Mithralas are going to kind of cause problems. So yeah, it's just like, this is what you're kind of hunting for a little bit. You're kind of hunting for these one-man teams. I mean, to complete the event completely, you need 66 wins over 4 days. It's not a huge amount when you put it into picture of like doing 20 a day. It's not a massive amount. Oh, really? Are you serious? Sometimes. See, you're kind of just... If I was you, I'd be just resetting on a 15-minute interval and just looking for one-man wins. Because it is actually just super hard. Like, for me specifically, because I don't have the Yumiko and I don't have the Shugen, running speed teams is difficult. And then it's like, well, I don't have the Harima, so running defense teams is difficult. So you're just kind of like hunting for these wins. Where it's like, I can fight more of a traditional arena team. You know, where it's like, it's not the Arbiter Sify Rodus teams or the Arbiter Vlad teams. Which is a real shame, in all honesty, because I do like the concept of these like challenge tournaments. The problem we have is, unless you're going to make the defenses similarly challenge orientated, it's very hard to like make it fun, because effectively you're limiting me offensively but not limiting them defensively. So the reality is, I have to look for one-man defenses, and I hate... I'll be honest, I don't like it because I feel like it defeats the point of the challenge. But I get why people do it, you know? Like, this will be a loss because I wasn't fast enough, which is fine. I knew that going into that, worth a try, but you never know. Sometimes the player power indicates it's a weak one. This is not exactly the best teams built either. But, you know, I'm climbing. So far today I've done, you know, 312 points. That's only on day one. So it's definitely possible as long as you be very restrictive with your fights. Try not to... You know, you can always throw some fights as well to keep yourself lower. Which is a pain. But yeah, it's a shame. I mean, if the defenses were also equally structured, it would be more fun. It just would be more fun. I'll be honest, I never look at my defense. I just leave it in there. I don't think I've changed this in for like 8, 9, at least 12 months. I don't think I've touched it. Because I just don't bother with Classic Arena. We do need to do 5 of these. Yeah, if you climb too high, you're going to have to wait for other people to climb or deliberately lose. It's perfectly doable. It is perfectly doable. Just got to hunt for the right wins and just try and like win the one-mans. Like, if you think, essentially to get the fragments for Torment, you need 50 wins over 4 days. Right? So basically about 12 wins a day. That should be achievable, even if you have to tank a few wins. If you don't go for the prisms, right? Night, Wesley. No worries, no worries. Do you know, the only reason why I don't have a one-man defense is I always forget to put a defense in right at reset, and then I end up getting knocked back down into goal 4. So, because I just always forget, I just leave it in. So I just forget every single time. It's my bad. Yeah, I know. I just forget, so I just leave it in. I mean, it's not like my defense is that hard to beat. It's like a 2022 or 2021 arena defense, if anything. It's quite an easy defense to beat. It hasn't got anything like Stone Skin or much beyond it other than the Duchess, so... And the thing is, because my Great Hall is maxed, it's far less important for me to do Classic. So often, I'll only do like 5 a day. I only do the Classic Arena during the tournaments because I've maxed out my arena. Why is it not worth going past 4k defense? Because most enemies in Arena have... why is this taking so long to kill this Duchess? Come on. Attack the freaking... There we go. Because essentially defense is worthless. Either you get decreased defense applied to you, or they're just going to ignore 50% straight out the bat. So you might as well just go for more HP. So I would just recommend, like, in Arena, I always say get to around about 3.2k defense. Otherwise, just put everything else into HP. It's the most valuable stat. Just because, if you think, Savage causes 30% ignore defense. Helm Smash is another 25%. Most strong arena nukers have some form of inbuilt ignore defense, like Baron or Jorgid, or Hefrak. So you're just going to get one shot whether you have like 7,000 defense or not. It's just going to happen. So it's just not much worth putting any more than 4,000 defense. No, not really. I basically barely do Classic Arena. I'll do my 5 a day. I need to tank here, don't I? Yeah, I don't really do this. I don't do... Often I don't do that. Doesn't bother me. Like, my Great Hall's max. These things I barely want, so I just leave it as it is. What do we got then? You know, this team is actually quite easy to beat. Because we can just do this. Must appear in here for Guardian, right? It's great. So we can literally just go and build something like this. Take out Sachi. Bring in Lady Kimmy. Well, I didn't expect to lose all of my team, I'll be honest. I expected some of them to stay alive. So, you know, there are go second teams you can do. To be honest, I'd have better off just dropped the Sachi there. So like this thing, for example, they got more damage here, but if I just drop the Kimmy and that, because they're not going to really matter, bring in something like this. Michinaki for a defense-based. You built? Yeah, we'll go with you. So we heal. That's fine. This now. So we can either AoE for block buffs, or we can just put some counterattacks. So I'm just going to throw this. Ally protect. And thing is, Riho Bone Spear does actually hit reasonably hard, as does Kyoku. So you can see, like, the other two just keep dying. But because of her passive here, he can't really stop us from doing what we want to do. And she hits, like, Riho hits quite hard. Any live arena in store? When's it ending? We might do a few now. I don't think I can beat any of these now. Let's do a few of these then. Let's do a few of these resets. Let's stay away from Shadowkin for a second and let's do live arena. Oh, look, he's building a speed team. I wonder what I will do. Well, seeing as though she's built now, might as well use Kimmy. Why not? At least she's built. I have no damage deal if I use her. Should we do it? For Trollolols. In honor of the tournament. Yeah, I mean, Sachi can revive. It's not a bad option. Sachi can revive. What is this team? I've no idea what this team is. It's like boost into like attack, is it? Or the Gnoot's not going to do anything, so I'm not worried about him. Just took the Arbiter away, right? It's a weird team. Alright, well, I don't have an aura. Kind of a problem. But if we put Kyoku first, he can't bomb me. Hasn't got increased accuracy. I've got cleanse, so I don't have block debuffs though, so I could get torment cycled here. Oh, he's not fast enough. Well, that was a great bomb, champion. The revive's coming in now. That's a bit annoying. He's got a counterattack. Protection. Kimmy is just such a great bomb. Like, the thing about Kimmy is she's a pro, like, she's really good for bombing, but likewise she is just as good, damn, I made a mistake there, at stopping a bomb champion, because she just decrease accuracy. Okay, well that's kind of annoying. Not entirely sure how he managed to land that. The challenge will be, do we actually have enough in our abilities to kill? Oh, I don't think I can win this, because I just don't have enough damage in my kit. Because I can't get rid of the Duchess. It's just, how am I going to kill the Duchess is the problem here. Now that the Riho is gone, I've lost all my main damage source. She's going to get killed by Newt. The Torment's just, yeah, it's a loss. That's the problem. There's no revive on that team. That was a mistake I made. Well, no, the problem was I just didn't draft any damage dealers. I would have won if I had like a competent damage dealer. I just didn't have one, so it's a weird team it was. I haven't rebuilt my champions yet for a live arena, so I mean, it's true. But the thing is, I'm not saying that from a position of look how amazing I am. I'm saying it from a position of I know what I did wrong. I know what cost me the win. Right? I know where I failed. Honestly, the monkey causes me so many problems because he just takes up an important role that I can't really avoid filling. Like, my Riho, anyways, built for, like, PvE content, right? So she's really squishy. That's why she died so easily, because she got max HP'd. Alright. Which is great. My Wukong's like 355 speed, 600 accuracy, something like that. He's a debuff one. Yeah, it is the chapel next. I mean, it's just straightforward. I don't know why he picked an E3 there. Picking an E3 is the problem. Because an E3 is never going to be able to be set up for success. He should have banned the Necret as well, because I have free access to his champions with Necret's ally attack. Do I have live reaction turned on in your stream on YouTube? I'm not sure, maybe. Let's get rid of you. Let's kill you. Okay, no. I just gotta play it right. I do need Necret to take a turn. Yeah. That thing, I don't know how to get rid of that. I'll be honest. I don't know. But that heart thing annoys me as well. So I'm going to do this because it's the only thing that can kill me. Again, I don't want to AoE just yet. Let's kill him. Right, he's down. I probably am going to lose Wukong here. Probably. I say probably. It depends how strong his E3 is. It's a strong possibility I lose an E3. I lose my Wukong. But he's done his job. Why would you attack? Why are you attacking a Necret protected champion? You're not going to do anything to me there. Now he's just dead. Like... Okay. I'll have to have a look into it. I don't really know why he did that. When... There you go, it's gone. Turned it off. I don't know what it does. Do we like live reactions? Probably not. I guess nobody liked it, right? It always used to annoy me as well. I couldn't get rid of it. Okay, so we're starting with a speed team. I feel like if I do that, it's just too slow. So if I bring... But if I bring Uko, it's too early. It's always tricky. I didn't even know what it was. I'll be honest. The professional streamer that I am, I had absolutely no idea what you meant by live reactions. I always knew that that little thing was annoying as well. Because I could never get rid of it. Damn. Now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble. Okay, we're going to double pivot. We're going to do something I would never normally do. This is very much an all or nothing win here. They should ban the champion I'm going to pick last. I'm hoping. I was going to pick the Baron. Okay, fine. I'm going to do that because I want to just get rid of that. And this is where you pray that it protects the Leorius. Because if it protects the Leorius, it's a 50-50 chance. That's fine. I can deal with that. Let's go with this. There's a 50-50 chance. And that 50-50 chance is, will Kimmy Remove the block debuffs when the Leorius is protected. If the Leorius is not protected, I'm screwed. I'm like, it's over. I have no idea how to fix that, JT. I would recommend you go over to Farbsoft's Discord. Damn, it didn't. Well, we can slow him down at least. Oh, can we stop him? Can we stop him? I don't think we can. Please don't one-shot me. Please don't one-shot me. Please don't one-shot me. Please don't one-shot me. He shouldn't be able to. Oh, it's close. It's all right. We've got this. We've got this in the bag. Yes! That was the greatest pivot I've ever done. Pivot into turn meter after I lost the turn meter. Shadowkin live arena only. Good lord, please no. That sounds like awful. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I haven't used RSL help for like a week, so I couldn't tell you. I was in risk. It's going to be the same thing again. Okay, well, we'll do the same thing where we'll put that and that. So the risk that I had last time is they took the Wukong on the Necret. So the Necret going means I have no way to protect my nukers. So the only way I was going to win was by boosting. Right? So we could do exactly the same concept again. Right? Boost into boost. Now, a sensible person would know that my Lady Kimmy is probably going to be the fastest. But doesn't always be the case. The good thing about, as well, temporal chains, for example, most people run with bolster. Right? Most people are running with some form of bolster. So if I just, like, he's trying to boost me out. But if I just take his Arbiter away, he's going to take away my second fastest. Actually a mistake, because I'm still going to win because Kimmy's going to be faster than his Morrigan. For sure. My Lysandra is not the fastest champion in my team. She's like 315. And then because he's second, we can basically just come in with this. Didn't get a block debuffs, which is kind of rubbish, but we will be able to do that and then finish it off. This is the advantage. Kimmy's very good into Leorius because you can start with the A2, get you knock out his passive, then replace it. And to be honest, in Gold 1, I'm finding more and more that I can't win with my roster, so I have to win with my gear. And the only real way that I can win with my gear is by going first. So I've been moving back towards a bit of speed teaming in Gold 1 at the moment. Because I'm not necessarily fighting slow teams. Most of the time, I'm fighting those teams. The speed teams over and over again I'm fighting. So I've been finding more success just by using that I can abuse the fact that I've got good speed gear. I can't really abuse my champion pool because it's too limited. It's too easy to counter pick in Gold. It's too easy to ban out. And if I lose one of the champions for the team, it's very difficult for me to pull it off. Certainly that's what I've found. So like you can see now, he's going more tanky, which is probably, I can make a decision if I didn't want to do that. But I'm actually going to keep going for this to see how well it works. The thing about like live arena is speed is key. Like you do find a lot of speed is really good. Yeah, I need to sort my arena teams out as well, Wagner. You're not wrong. I'm in the same boat. I need to completely rebuild a lot of the champions that I've broken apart for different PvE content. It's worse for me as well because I do a lot of things for content all the time, so I'm constantly breaking things. Like here now, it's very tanky. This is very tanky. I absolutely could just throw a curveball and just deal with it that way. And then I want to get rid of the Wukong because that's the only threat to me. I didn't pick a damage dealer. Made a mistake. I didn't pick a damage dealer. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking I needed to stop the buffing going on and Romantu would help with that, and I forgot to pick a second damage dealer. It can happen. That's the only thing I don't like, is you just have to constantly pick 2 of everything in Live Arena, and it's very difficult to do. It's so, yeah, but not my Romantu. He's not built for damage at all. He'll do enough damage. He's never going to one-shot 4 people, though. He's never going to kill an Ultimate Death Knight, right? He will do good damage. He's just never going to one-shot that team. Yeah, it's really just... It's just the reality of the situation where you need 2 of everything. 2 speed boosters, 2 damage dealers. It's just so frustrating because it limits your options, because you can just out-ban people. The ban is a blessing and a curse in that sense. It's a blessing because I can target ban like the Tormin, right? He's trying to stop me speed tuning, essentially. But it's fine because I can work around it. I don't actually need it because I've got Kimmy, right? So if he takes the Kimmy away, it's a little bit more awkward. As long as he doesn't take the Kimmy away, we're fine. He should ban the Vlad because most people go towards the higher awakening. But normally what we can do is Kimmy A2 into Duchess A2, so therefore we can get the block debuffs up. Right, he's taking the Lissandra, that's equally as good. So I win, there's no speed aura, so I'm always going to be 19% faster. So I can go Kimmy A2 into Vladimir A3 into block debuffs, so therefore the Tormin is irrelevant. So as much as Tormin is a good counter pick to speed teams, if you've got the right setup, you can avoid him. Like this situation here now, you'll see, he's got all these buffs, cool, I can just drop turn meter. Then I can block debuffs. Cool. Now I've got full control of this. So I can lock people out. And I can start picking on people. So let's just take out him. It's a bit of a problem. Not a problem no more. The only thing is I could get one shot by this... what's his face? Candy. The A2 here is the only risk. He should A3. If I'm being honest, he should A3. Because he needs the increased attack. Yeah, that was a mistake. Now... I have control. Take him out. Drop turn meter. He hasn't got any damage now. You can probably like A1 my my nukers. So you could probably like kill one of my nukers, but he's not gonna be able to block revive. So I can just revive back. Lock him out and kill him. So that is an example for everyone going for Tormin, where Tormin is very good, but you've got to be careful that you can't just manipulate it. So because my Kimmy, I knew I'd win the speed race because I took away his speed lead. He didn't have a secondary speed lead. I was always going to win the race. I can open with the A2, apply decreased speed. Temporal Chains is also dropping their speed by quite a lot because they got 1 buff up. So they're losing like 3 or 4% speed on top of the 19% speed aura. Then I can just apply block debuffs, and it's just a case of my 2 DPSs are they're never gonna be able to get on top of themselves. They're just gonna lose. Saf, after your playing, should I be holding on to 5-star gear or should it be triple? Only if it's taking up space you don't need. That's what I would suggest, right? So I still use a lot of 5-star gear in different places, but it's normally very good 5-star gear. You will come a point in time where you start replacing things with 6-star rare gear, and you will find that you're not using it as much. Certainly, I would be getting rid of low-roll 5-star gear, things that didn't roll very well. I'd be getting rid of those, for sure. Yeah, YouTube likes doing that. Don't do a smiley face. YouTube does not like it. Yeah, activating Tormund's Burn is one of the hardest things in the game. I don't even think it's possible. So he's picking a Marichka Harima. So the challenge I've got here is... this must be a reviver. If this isn't a reviver, then Marichka's a kind of a dead girl walking. A Shuzhen, right, instant ban Shuzhen. It's fine. We get the aura. We're still going to win. Because he hasn't picked a second reviver. So, yes, he'll get one revive. But I've got more turn meter control. I've got double turn meter control. There's no way that he's going to be able to keep up with me. Right, so we've got this. Cool. I can drop turn meter. Because I'm going to get my own turn meter here. Marichka will cleanse, probably. Let's just... Oh, I forgot. It's stupid Ultimate Death Knight. I should have AoE'd. It's not really a problem because she's only going to cleanse. And I've got a boost here so I can drop you. I can't because of Ultimate Death Knight. It needs to be deleted from this goddamn game. Like, he's not going to do any damage. He's no increased attack. At best, he tickles my... I forgot he's got AoE. I'm losing because of Ultimate Death Knight. I'm losing because of Ultimate Death Knight. Because I made mistakes. I should have just AoE'd and killed them. You can steal everything. Now you're A2. I just made a mistake. This is what we classify as misplaying. I should have just AoE'd and killed them. I forgot about Ultimate Death Knight. That's why he needs to be deleted from the game. I hate him. I really hate him. Like, he just didn't do anything there. He just sat there. It's so annoying. I just forgot about it. Misplayed. How important do you think Fire Night is to do? I can do 25 normal in 2 minutes, 100% of the time, but moving on hard. I don't even do hard at the moment. Get clicked on. I just do 25 normal. It's fine. You can maybe build a team for like 5 hard, but it's a lot of effort, and I just haven't been able to make mine work yet. So. Yeah, normally I'm fine with it. I was just, in my head, I was debating, like, I want to one-shot I want to just kill the Harima. I got mixed up in my brain that Wukong was going to revive. If I just killed them both, it would have given me turn meter motivation when they revived. I would have probably AoE one-shot them. I just wasn't thinking. It's fine. I misplayed. I'm not angry about it. This one's awkward because I can ban that or I can ban that. I feel like I ban this. He bans my Phanax. I put my speed lead in. I should be able to outspeed him. So... let's just drop turn meter. Steal some turn meter. Boost. Lock him out. Nice. Nice, didn't do any damage. Let's just stop you from taking a turn. Boost. Boost. Like, here's the value of turn meter control. They can't get a turn. He can't cleanse. He's going to be able to heal. He will heal a lot, though, which is kind of annoying, but... Drop turn meter. Kill. Kill. Wait, is this Gallifrey again? Isn't this the same guy I just fought? Isn't this the same guy? Poor guy. He's like, all I want is my guy to take a turn. Nope. I'm sure I just fought that guy. Excuse me. Oh no. He's like, leave me alone. He's like, just go away. Stop it. Poor guy. He was like, good lord, this Saphira, go away. I mean, I would build him for... If it wasn't me, I would build Ultimate Death Knight. The only reason why I don't build Ultimate Death Knight is I feel like I've been so vocal about how much I hate Ultimate Death Knight. It would be disingenuous for me to now use him after spending like 6 months whining and complaining about it, right? It would be unreasonable. That's the right word. Unreasonable. I like this team, by the way. This setup seems to be really successful. If I don't misplay it and I play it properly, it seems to be a pretty good setup. We seem to be getting good success rates, right? Just turn me to control them because they can't really compete with my speed. Honestly, I feel like I just take the Wook. I feel like I just take the Pythian away. It's the only reviver. He's not going to be fast enough, is he? I just take the Pythian away. Because I'm going to have a speed aura to match his pretty much. My champion's going to be faster. Now he hasn't got a revive. And I don't really care about the Mortu. The Mortu will have some damage, but not much. Pilton. I actually tried that when he first came out. Game. Ooh. All right. Well, I guess we'll play... Okay, who can we beat? Nice. Well, just kill you. Okay, well, that's a bit annoying. Well, you're not coming to Voik again. The only problem is, I think Harima's going to one-shot me. Oh, that was annoying. Because I can't stop her. Because of Stone Skin. Did anyone notice, by the way, I got Life Harvest proc there? Yeah. Banning the Duchess was a problem. That's the only problem with not having... It's the problem again with Live Arena, right? You need 2 of everything. So if I want to go speed team, one of those boosters really has to be a reviver. Because the moment they take away my Duchess, I don't have a base of revive. And once the Stone Skin RNG didn't fly my way, it meant that I couldn't get access to the 2 win conditions. So it brings its own risks. It brings its own risks. Because, like, I'd have to replace, like, Lissandra or Kimmy with a boost reviver. Yeah, but most of the time the enemy picks Arbiter QWERTY. So, yeah, I could absolutely, in this instance, pick Arbiter. Right, I could. Yeah, but just trying to make a fast is not good enough. I could make a faster rather than high resist. You are right. Kaja is not a bad option. If I rebuilt her away from resistance and into speed. At the moment, she's built into resistance, not speed. Can I make a video about Vlad? I'm pretty sure there's a video of Vlad on my channel, Imre. I'm almost certain I've already done a video on Vlad recently. Yeah, so like this instance right now, I can absolutely just pick my Arbiter. So therefore I can't... This is like a safe pick. Because if they ban the Kimmy, I'm still fast because Arbiter has my fastest gear. If they ban the Arbiter, I'm still fast because Kimmy has a second fastest gear. I do lose a little bit of turn meter control if I lose the Arbiter. Or drop in this... I do lose turn meter control by dropping Lissandra because she does have substantially more turn meter. In the sense that we have a 30% lift and a 30% drop and an increased speed. Whereas Kimmy only gives us a 15% boost and a 15% and a 30% speed buff. Harvest Jack. Just take the Siffy, right? Yeah, my Vlad's built in like a weird hybrid build. So he's got like 350 accuracy. So he normally has enough accuracy to do what he needs to do. At this point, you've made so much content, you're starting to forget the whole catalogue. No, I can pretty much remember all the videos I've ever done. I may not remember exactly when I did them, but I can pretty much remember if I've done them at some point. The only thing as well speed teams don't do well into is Stone Skin. Yeah, the drop turn meter doesn't work against Stone Skin, but the increase works fine. No, Harima, the thing about Harima gets hard countered by Fenax. Like, super hard countered. She's gonna cleanse. Which is really awkward, actually. Why didn't you cleanse? This is why she's a hard counter, see? Hard counter. That's a dead Harima. No revive, so the only thing that can revive now is Wukong. You can steal some buffs, I'm not really worried. Petrification is a problem here. Drop some Termia. Petrification, I just need to get... I need a turn with Fenax. Okay, good. That's not great unless Fenax is next. Don't fear me, don't fear me, don't fear me, don't fear me. Don't fear me. I'm gonna get one shot by the Wukong. This Wukong passive is annoying. Don't die. Ah! I'm gonna get one shot. It's over. It's over. Oh, why? What? It is over. I misplayed it. Yeah, we can do one more. I misplayed because I should have A1 instead of A3'd, and I shouldn't have used my revive so that I had it available when I needed it to. I also didn't kill the Harvest Jack, which meant I got feared, which meant I couldn't do anything. And also, I didn't have a cleanse because I didn't have block debuffs for Hex, so Mithrala was a problem. I wasn't talking crap about him. I was just like, oh, Harvest Jack. You don't see him often. His passive is actually quite good. Yeah, that Hex is I do find the Hex is a major problem. I do find Hex is a major problem. I made a mistake there. I should not have picked Lissandra. Never mind. We'll make it work. Need block debuffs on a fast champion. So we'll try that. But then I have to commit to... that. I don't like this. I think I've drafted wrong because I made a mistake picking Lissandra. I shouldn't have picked the Lissandra. It's kind of put me into a bit of a sticky situation. Well, they're not going to go first. So honestly, I think I'm just going to take away the Mithrala. Because that Hex is nasty. Yeah, I'll show the Riho build after. Well, she is and she isn't, because she doesn't give you as much turn meter control. Yes, she gives you a 20% boost, but I'm getting decreased speed, increased speed. I'm also getting I'm also getting A1. I'm also getting A1 decreased speeds. Right, so Kimmy's overall turn meter profile is significantly higher than Kaja. Kaja is just going to give you a boost. Right, I've got 3 skills that give me a boost with Kimmy. 4 if you count her passive. Because her passive counts as something as well. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? What? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell happened there? Why did he attack my Riho? What? Well, that was... Honestly, I don't know. The problem is I'm going to lose anyway because I can't stop him from taking a turn. That was buggy as hell. I'm going to lose anyway. It's a loss. This is why... Oops. This is why I do not like speed teams in Arena. Because they're too easy. There's no... Like, as much as we've had some success, we actually haven't. Yeah, I just bought 10 refills. Because, essentially, we're just win trading because if I don't get the right setup... You're too indexed into a squishy team. There's no way to recover. Game's crashing now. No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that if there's anything on the enemy team that doesn't allow you to get your ideal nuke setup, like there's stone skin, or there's some sort of weird counterattack mechanic, or there's some sort of frost mechanic, or something like that, then it's a default loss. There's no coming back from it. It's too much, right? Because you've drafted full speed team. Now that one I did draft myself into a hole because I picked the Lissandra. I didn't want to pick the Lissandra. That was a mistake I made. But the problem there, why can't I find a fight now? But I find the speed team, come on. Oh, it's bugging. Can't even find a fight now because it's probably towards the end of the window and it's bugged. No, my gear shouldn't be putting me into that. I just haven't got the right champions built. We lost 3 in a row, have we? That's probably why. Like, I'm sure I can improve my teams. Like, a lot of it is just I don't have the right champions built for the right goal. Wow, great experience this. Amazing experience. Just give me another person. I don't want a bot. It's not going to let me... I found one now. So yeah, I mean, it's absolutely not... I can beat these teams. But like, I have the gear for it. I know I have the champions to be at least in gold too. But they're not built properly, half of them, and I'm always like making poor decisions. Like if I go speed team here, like this is a problem with starting Duchess Wukong is I'm almost forced into having to pick 2 damage dealers with a Necrat. Because if I pick Ragash, she's just never going to do enough damage, right? Like, let's try it. So I don't need a protection now, so I can basically pick like an Uko. It's a bot anyway. Honestly, the Tormin wasn't a problem there. I was an idiot as well, because for some reason in my head, I thought it was a good idea to use Arbiter's A3, which I shouldn't have done. I should have opened with Arbiter's A1, used Evil Eye to drop it, and then used Reho's block debuffs, then I would have been fine. I just made a mistake. I just played it wrong. Right? I wasn't paying attention. More than anything else. Alright, he might kill my Fenax. I doubt it. Oh, yay. We get to fight an Ultimate Deathline again. Death by AoE. Yeah, I should actually, you're right. Really? Really? Are you serious? He's got 10 HP. That's really annoying. Well, he's dead. Should be a win. Not exactly a hard team, though. Alright. What's our overall record? Not bad. It could be better. So we started on today on like 732, and I'm on 732. So I've gone literally nowhere. It's always a nice feeling, isn't it? It's always a nice feeling when it's like started here, ended here, didn't get anywhere. Wonder what happens to these points here. Like, surely these points are just going to go up, up, and up, and up, and up, and up. Like, just a bit pointless, really. Anyway, I mean, Live Arena is good to do for this chest now because you get quite a lot of primal quartz from the chest, so it's kind of good. Anyway, I guess back to our Shadowkin grinding. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Honestly, sometimes I'll sound really frustrated. It's actually I'm frustrated at myself more than anything else. Like, I was frustrated at some of the decisions that I was making. Yeah, we'll have a look at that once I've got through these refills, Jessica. No worries. I'm glad you sorted your ult. But yeah, it's just frustrating myself for either not having champions built the way they need to be built or just playing it poorly, you know, making the wrong decisions, doing things at the wrong time, not paying attention, those sorts of things, really. I know, I remembered. Yeah, but normally it's actually not the live stream that's distracting me. It's me being stupid. Or me overthinking it. Like the fight where I lost because I didn't AoE, for example. I didn't lose because of chat. I lost because I wasn't paying attention. As in, I wasn't thinking in my brain what could happen in the rest of the fight. You know, I should have been looking at, like, the full picture. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you guys are here not to watch me just, like, struggle and thing, but I try to make it, like, I try to explain what I'm doing so that when you guys are doing it yourselves, you kind of, like, have it in the back of your mind, the decision-making that I'm making. I'm not the best arena player in the world, but, you know, I have been playing a long time now, so I kind of have an understanding of what I should and shouldn't be doing. So just having like the running commentary where I'm kind of going, this is why I'm doing this, is the decisions I'm making here, this is why I'm making these choices. I think is helpful. You're back again, you. Hello. Why no Necret? The problem with Necret is if he gets banned, then I'm really squishy, essentially. That's the reasons for Necret. There's reasons why you'd want him, but there's also reasons why you can't have him. Should we try this? Oh, I've run out of refills. Okay. So we're like, I'm a pretty good way there. It's not bad. What's my win rate been so far? 80% with the Shadowkins. We'll take that. Right, I haven't done any of my dailies today, so let's get all this done. No, she won't get buffed. Xena will not get buffed. Xena's fine as she is. They would only buff her if they felt she wasn't performing. But I don't think anyone's complaint about Xena is that she's not performing. Most people's complaints are around the fact that she costs money, right? Nobody's actually sitting there going, Xena's a bad champion. Pretty much everyone all the videos that I've seen have been pretty comfortably saying, you know, Xena's a great champion. She's a really good champion. The main problem with Xena is the path she comes in. So I don't imagine they'll ever change her. Certainly not now. The good thing about this arena tournament, guys, is it is 4 days. So you've got plenty of time, right? There's plenty of time for you to try and let the arena tier climb up, trying to position yourself better against one-man defenses. So there's no rush for you to do it. Just be mindful that if you leave it till the last minute, you won't have the refills. You'll have to dip into your gems. But you should, like, I think most people who are farming Gold 5 normally will or should be able to get up into the rounds where you can get the tournament done. If I manage to get gold 1 in 3v3, excellent. That's awesome, Dennis. I do need to set up the spreadsheet and the sort of queuing system for tag team coaching. I really didn't have the energy to do it today, purely because I knew today was going to be busy and stressful, so I didn't really set it up, but I will set it up so one of the next streams we've got, we can do more tag team coaching, because I do think it helps people. I just got to sell some stuff here on Dragonair. Sell. Ba-bum. I haven't managed to get the hard team built properly yet, so I'm still at 25. It's on my to-do list, but I just haven't got around to it, you know. I just couldn't get it stable enough so that it would run regularly. So I'm just still running this. No, this team would not even touch Finite Hard. I haven't broken the team, I just haven't made it stable. I'm still on a bit of a... I don't really want to change the nuke build, but I have to change the nuke build in order to make it work on Finite Hard, so... do you think if enough people are buying her that would lead to a buff, though? No. They're not going to change Xena, even if you buy her or not. The only way they would change Xena is if she fundamentally didn't work, right? Like, for example, example, they've already come out and said they're going to be reworking Sieg Front, the mythical, because fundamentally he doesn't work. So they're just changing it, you know? Did you do the bot thing to populate the spreadsheets app? No, I haven't yet. No, it's on my list of things to do. Yeah, I've got that on my list to do tomorrow, Torch, to have a look at that alternate. It shouldn't be too much of a complicated fix. It'll probably be pushed out in the morning sometime, but that is on my list of things to do tomorrow. I will only aim for hard 10. Yeah, I have no interest in farming a lower stage, either the best or nothing at all. Like, I would really like it for the turn-based tournaments, but I gotta make it stable basically. So, each one charm the forge. Sal. Okay. Key. By the way, guys, pro CVC tip. If you don't know, you see this little timer here. 10 hours, 37 minutes. Right? You see this little timer here. 11 hours, 47 minutes. Well, there's basically an hour between the reset of CVC, of Clan Boss and CVC. So, if you basically don't do your Ultra Nightmare Nightmare Key until the start of CVC, which is in 10 hours, 37 minutes, then you can essentially get CVC starts, you then do your Clan Boss for today. That then resets an hour later, so it resets, and then you do your Clan Boss for tomorrow, which you then get on reset the next day. So you essentially get like 3 times the Clan Boss chest, not twice. I didn't do it because I keep forgetting, but you can kind of like manipulate it. It's quite cool. Well, it's more than 500 points. If you're doing Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare Nightmare, it's like 2,800 points. It's basically a legendary book. It's nothing crazy. It's not going to make or break anything, but it's a bit of a bonus points. Right, we now need to do faction war stages. Is it just the 3 today? Yes. What do I have to do it with? Is it a rare champion or is it beat a boss without losing a champion? We can do that. I don't know. My clan swear by it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do another referral, I have 2 more to do. Go away. Go away. Go away. Thank you. There's 2 more left. Let me find you. If you're bored, absolutely. That would be amazing, because I do want to do some content around Chronum at some point. No obligation though, only if you want to. I'm not trying to farm out my resources, but if you're offering and you want to do it, then go for it. Seth, what are your thoughts on Quintus A2 not working? Seems a shame that he's pinnacle reward for live arena, and the best part of his kit doesn't even work properly. I need to remember what his A2 does. I'll have a look now. Yeah, so for me, for example, CVC starts at like 9 in the morning, so it's not really a problem. But yeah, I get time zones. Quintus. What's not working about it, JT? Oh, someone wanted to see my Riho build earlier. Riho is built for Shogun and was built for Sand Devil. So she's built at 291 speed, 500 accuracy, 100% crit rate, pretty much, and 2.5k defense, 51k HP. No specific sets, just stats, really. She was built for arena for clan boss, which is why there's some damage in her build. So I just modified it. Yeah, no worries, Jessica. We'll have a look at Dark Fear as well for you now. You, hit this boss, please. Yeah, you get the points for claiming a chest, not keys, so it's fine. Yeah, you get points from CVC from claiming a chest. So what I'm saying is 2,800 because you get 1,000 per top Ultra Nightmare chest and like 400 per Nightmare top chest. So you get 2 chests, so therefore it's 2,800 points. So do I plan on pulling Haruma tomorrow? I'll pull any Void Shards I have, but that's about it. I'm not going to do anything else. I have barely any shards, so... Why am I not running 21? Because the glyph drop rates between 20 and 21 don't change. And I don't need the materials because I'm always capped on perception and resilience. So I basically do this. 21 and 20 doesn't matter for me. You'd only really do 21 if you wanted the forge materials. Otherwise, there's no benefit. And it's slower a lot of the times. So... His buff removal can and does get resisted and blocked. Shinny and Drock have both made videos spotlighting that it doesn't work. Okay, I'll double check it again now. And I'll check the code, see if I can spot it. It's very difficult because I don't have him, so I couldn't tell you. So have you ever considered Marinix for Hydra? Yeah, the main problem... Yes, I suppose she is quite good for Hydra. Because she's A1, like... The main problem is, does she do anything that's like that substantially better? I would imagine if you index quite heavily into like counterattacking, then it could be quite good, right? Because her A1 is where a lot of the damage is going to come from when it comes to Marinix. Because most of the other stuff is AoE, which is not ideal. To my knowledge, I'll double check now. But I haven't thought about it. I've had her for ages because I've always thought I will use her for something, but I've just never really put her into a team. There's always been another champion that needs to be booked or another champion that needs to be used. So... Quintus is A2. Let me just double check. Quintus is A2 here. So it doesn't... So you're saying it's not removing buffs, and that is getting resisted or blocked. Okay, let's have a look. Quintus... Okay, so unapply mode 1. Unapply mode. Now we're going to see if I can find what these things mean. No. Well, nothing tells me it shouldn't work, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is working. Because it should remove all buffs and apply mode 0. Then we apply the debuff. And then we do damage based on whether there's a boss or not, because of the passive probably. I know, because of the effects of ignoring stuff. And then resets if they kill someone. Do we have someone else who can't be resisted? It could be that the unapply mode is not set to 1. But I can't see anything else. I can't find someone else who does it, if that makes sense. Yeah, but Wukong can resist. You'd need someone who can't resist. Yakal, Gnut, 2 ally attack champions, and Lydia. Yeah, that can work, Max. Yeah, if you DM me your link, Jessica, we can have a look now. So I've taken Uga out of my Nightmare team because I got Pintroy. Now I'm missing decreased defense, and Michinaki is unreliable on placing Hex alone. I think she might be worth it. Let's have a look. She's a Night Rev, right? No. What is she? Dark Elf? Dark Elf. So resets the cooldown of Inexorable End whenever this champion kills an enemy. Increases this champion's attack for each enemy under a Hex debuff. So we get 20% bonus attack. Attacks all enemies. Places an unkillable buff. If the attack kills an enemy, it's not going to work. Okay, so that's just basically an AoE. So you would never use this ability. Attacks all enemies. Places a decreased defense and a Hex. Okay, you would probably use that and that. So yeah, it could actually be really strong. It's like a Fushan A1 type of thing where you just keep constantly A3. You'd never use this ability. I think this ability is a waste. It's just a waste. I would just use these two constantly and just try and proc as many of these, because this is going to get penalized heavily from AoE damage. Whether or not it provides enough with just decreased defense and Hex, I just don't know. I don't know if it's like, I mean, obviously someone said it works quite well. You get a lot of damage, but, you know, it depends on how strong that build is. I'm not sure it's necessarily a crazy, crazy option. It's something I've always wanted to try for Clan Boss. I've just never got round to it. But it could work. Any thoughts on Wuji for normal Hydra? I know a base that sucks. So yeah, I tried Wuji. Her biggest problem is making sure that you can, like, if she's a mischief tank, protecting her and stuff like that. As long as you can protect the buff, she's fine. 21 basically has a better chance of, I think it drops more quantity, Alex. I just think it drops a higher quantity. It doesn't have a better chance. I think it just drops a higher quantity. The strip doesn't work on Stone Skin. That's probably accurate, because I bet Stone Skin is coded differently. That might be true. You've always struggled to find a third good Hex champion to cover all my Hydra teams. I've got Mithrala, Michinaki. Marinx will be third now. Yeah, I can see that being a good option. Suzerain Catone's just a monster in Cursed. Baron A2 can't be resisted. That's a good point. And it's, Baron's A2 is a little bit special because it can't be blocked. But I'll have a look now. Because the debuff isn't like... It's guaranteed. It's a different phrasing. And again, it's a different... It's different because you're applying a debuff. I need someone who can basically remove debuffs without resisting. Which is Suzerain Catone, right? I think that's what you were telling me. Suzerain Catone, who is an Undead Hordes. A3. Removes shield buffs. The buff removable can't... Yes, this is the champion I want. Catone. Catone's actually very good for Hydra as a Hex option, by the way. Yeah, this is the champion he needs to see, because the buff removal is a different coded effect than placing a debuff. Okay, and then if I find Quintus again... Okay, there is a significant difference here. There's an effect here called Apply Instant Effect Mode. It's disabled for Quintus. Valkanen. What does Valkanen do? Well, he steals buff. It's different again. Stealing buff. So placing a debuff, stealing a buff, removing buffs, all 3 different types of effects. Does he? Let's have a look at Vitreous. Okay, Vitreous we can check, yeah. So if Vitreous' effect has apply instant effect mode as 1, that is what the issue is. No, it doesn't, so it's not that. Honestly, I don't know. It's not apply instant effect mode like I thought it was, so I don't know. It could be some sort of weird internal coding within the battle engine. It could be just a case of they're trying against Stone Skin. And this does still... Stone Skin will still roll a 50-50, so therefore he's not resisting because it worked. It's just he didn't pass the check. So I would guess a lot of it is Stone Skin. I'll have to have a look at their videos to know for certain. But I would imagine the 50-50 Stone Skin is what's happening. Does Life Harvest stack? Yes. So the way that Life Harvest works, Andrew, the way that Life Harvest works is, say like you've got this Life Harvest here, right? When someone revives, I destroy 30% max HP. Unlike Cruelty, it doesn't stack to the limit of this blessing. There's a coded maximum amount of HP that can be destroyed from Life Harvest, and it is at 60%. So everyone with Life Harvest in a team can continuously destroy max HP with Life Harvest until an enemy has had 60% of their HP destroyed, whether you're at 1-star, 3-star, 5-star, or 6-star. So you can absolutely have 3 Life Harvests in your team, all destroying the max HP, regardless of the star level, up to the maximum of 60%. How does that work? Rotus just destroys 60% of his max HP. So he might be able to increase his max HP, but then you just decrease it again. So how do you guys deal with Mortu on Doom Tower? Provoke sets, stun sets, provoke champions, stun champions, and one-shot champions. People like Fenax, people like Constantine, people like Inithui, basically one-shot it and block revive. That's how you deal with Mortus. Either one-shot them or control them. That is the key. If you can one-shot them and control them, then you're good to go. Or Romantu. But most people who... I'd imagine if you ask me how you deal with it, you probably don't have Romantu, right? I'm just guessing here. I'm just guessing. Chagor could be working here, yeah. Honestly, I don't use Seer because without reset, Seer is very difficult. And Seer can't one-shot a Rotus, for example. So there's lots of issues with the Seer. I mean, I don't think it's as easy as just use Seer. I've tried it. I tried it this rotation. I had to manual 114 because it's the Sify Rotus. Seer didn't do it for me. I had to kill him one by one. This is much better. So it's not always a one-stop shop. People forget this sometimes. Oh, right, okay. No, because the block revive is about how much health is increased, not how many max HP. So you still have to steal enough HP to get the block revive. Nope. My best reset option is Renegade. So... yeah, Vlad carries my team. Vlad is my carry for Doom Tower. Honestly, more than, to be honest, more than Pretty much more than what's his face? More than Constantine. Epic Magic Champions only. All right then. Refulger. Well Guard Seeker. Bit of Archmage Helmet. All right. The challenge here is we've got to kill the Sanguinas. That is the challenge here. Wait, is that the right Seeker? Yes, it is. Just didn't seem to do enough damage. I really hate that I have to keep constantly doing it Master Vault. The only thing about the new update that I don't like is I have to constantly keep asking for the Master Vault. I don't really think I want a Royal Guard. I think I just want a go. The key here, kill the Sanguinas, basically. Because until those Sanguinas are alive, can't do anything. Because they will wreck. Drop tier meter. Somehow we managed to 3% that. Because of this, see? This is why we don't like them. Now I've got to try and keep her alive, which I can't do, I think. It might be alright. She can heal. Nah. That's my mistake. Not really my mistake. I got unlucky because I didn't get all of my... I should just put gear on Gwyneth, really. Okay. The freeze kind of ruined me there. If I just put gear on Gwyneth, this would not be a problem, but I'm being lazy. Kill that. Okay, misclicked. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Ugh. Just kill this off. Gwyneth is actually a very, very good damage dealer, but she has no gear. So that's why she's not doing anything here. Not because she is that she's bad. I just haven't geared her. Otherwise, she'd be wrecking these because I've used her before to great effect. Let's try and control this Teela. Boost everyone up. Knock them down. How would you build to Hanomrak for PvE and PvP? Relentless for anything Hydra related. Other stuff, just build it in a decently fast build with defense based, you know. You can build her anyway, to be honest. You can build her in a bolster set, you can build her in reflex. Whatever you feel like you need it for, but probably you're going to go towards relentless because you want it to take more turns, right? That's the goal. You want it to take as many turns as possible. Yeah, these Sanguinas are the bane of your life on these secret rooms. It's a kind of a sad day now because I do these secret rooms, but what am I doing them for anymore? I don't get any more champions. I've officially completed all of Doom Tower. Right, because you can see here now, I'm just going to get materials. It's a sad day, really. So, but yeah, my floor is like 114. What did I beat it with? I can't remember, but normally I just do this team. Romantu, Oella, Uko, Improvoke, Vlad, Constantine. They just kill everything. The only some floors I have to stop and manual, like the Mortu floors or like this Siffy Rotus floor. It's pretty awful. I mean, yeah, it gives me one more key. I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying it's pretty sad that I'm doing all of it for basically a bit of forge materials. It's pretty thing. I actually made a mistake because I shouldn't have used this. I should have done one of the lower floors so that I got more lethal materials. So I actually made a mistake. I lost 30 forge materials, which I was pretty upset about. Fulger is amazing. Fulger is, in my opinion, the best Dark Fade champion in the game. Can I show Uko masteries? I can do. Uko's built poorly though. Don't build anything based off this mighty this. Oh, do you mean Uko? Sorry, Uko's fine. Yeah, sure. I thought you meant Ugo. Don't build anything off Ugo. My Uko's fine. Ugo's terrible. I've moved him now into like a more of a Hydra build. So this is kind of like how you'd build him for Hydra to get as much as you can from Provoke. So you can see I've built a little bit of there is a little bit of PvP in here because I've taken Wisdom of Battle to stop sleep cycling from Siffy. But you can see Provoke set. The idea is trying to maximize as much counterattack. He's in triple revenge as well, so he's going to constantly counterattack with the A1 and hopefully get the Provokes going. So oh wow, that is some numbers. We'll have a look at this Marinix now. I mean, you've got Lady Mikage as well. Lovely. Look at this. Look at this key. It went the limit, but that is a lot of damage from that Marinix. This is, I don't know whose team this is. Whoever sent me this. I can't remember exactly. I don't want to show Discord because I'll leak people's information, so. That's strong. That is a strong damage from Marinix. Only a 2-star as well. I think I've got a 4-star Marinix. Yeah, my Marinix is 4-star. So, the problem is my Marinix is just not booked, which is why I've never gone anywhere with it. Because it's just such a hefty book investment for a champion I wasn't using. But I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. It's... I have no idea. This isn't my team. This is someone else's team. It's all about if you can get Marinix to A1, right? Marinix is A1. The more you can get A1s, the better. So that's why Lady Mikage is a good idea. Any sort of fair counterattacking is a pretty good idea. So... yeah, but I don't really think you need that though, Kessel, because you've already got a Hex out. So he's gonna counterattack anyway. So it's kind of like you're forcing the mechanic that already works. I don't actually think Lady Mikage is that valuable here in this team. I don't know if it really adds much value. Because he's going to counterattack anyway because you have so much Hex out. The Hex is always out. You could basically swap it for another damage dealer. Unless she's bringing more. And I can't remember exactly what Lady Mikage does in full. I suppose she does bring a buff extension. But then you can bring lots of different champions and do buff extension these days, right? Lady Mikage. So in a base form, we get an increased attack. Increasing the duration of all enemy debuffs. Enemy debuff extension. That's pretty good. I can't imagine we're going into the second form that much. Because we're only going in there if we wanted weaken. And I would imagine... well, we don't really have weaken. So maybe we're going into the second form for weaken. So we could be going into the second form for weaken. But you would definitely want the primary form. So you constantly cleanse. It's good. I just don't know if you Yeah, I get that, Kessel. I'm just saying, is she really providing that much value by turning something that happens half the time to all the time? When he would have probably done it quite a lot anyway. Because the thing about his counterattack is, yes, it's 50%, but it's 50% per attack. Right? So, for example, when Shamael attacks with his A3, it's 50 times 3 chances. When Marinix attacks with her A1, it's 50 times up to 4 chances. So it's not just a flat 50%, it's per individual attack. So there's actually quite a high probability that if you have multi-hitters that it will work anyway. So, hey Paptez. How's it going, my friend? It's not that I'm saying Mikage is bad. I just don't know whether she actually adds enough, like if she's adding a tremendous amount of value here over another champion option, right? Over someone who might be able to give you, like, unless you're using her weaken constantly, it seems like it's quite awkward that she's going to just keep swapping form and using her buffs all the time. I just don't see it. I'm just wondering if it's just a better option to bring someone like a, you know, there's plenty of champions that can do buff extension now. And there's a number of different champions that can extend debuffs as well. So, like, I could bring a Dark Kale and that'll extend all the debuffs with decreased attack. I can bring a Owella and just have more healing if I wanted to. Or I can bring a, like a Godseeker in area and get more damage, right? Bring a Krisk if you want, right? There's lots. She does give you increased attack. So what you're getting is a buff extension with increased attack, essentially, and an ally attack, right? So that's what you're trading there. So does she actually give you enough in that role? I don't know. Have you tried Yumiko? Don't have. Shujen? Don't have. Harima? Don't have. And Mikage? Don't have. The answer is no, because I don't have any of those champions. In place of Cardial. Okay. I don't know. It depends if you've got increased attack in your team, Lusa, right? Because is your hard team the rabbit team? Or is it a different team? Yeah, exactly. It's per attack. That's why in places like Clan Boss and other places, you always want to stack like multi-hitters, because it is per individual attack that it recalculates up to a maximum of 1. So if you don't get so if for example it activates on attack 1, it won't activate again on attack 2, but each time it doesn't activate, you have a chance to roll it again. So for this team where you've got basically Shamael who attacks a lot, you've got Marinix who attacks a lot, you've Nekmothar who's attacking with extra turns all the time, you're going to get that up a lot anyway. What minimum speed does Nuke need to be? Around about 230, 240. I got a Great Hall upgrade decision need to make. Magic Res level 7 or Force crit damage level 4. Crit damage over resistance, I would say. Right, so what we need to do now is build a team. Her passive cleanses Marinix. What does Marinix do on a passive? Her passive cleanses Marinix. When does Marinix get... What do you mean, Sir Squishingdom? Yeah, I need to record it this week, Asero. I've been waiting for the clan boss to go to a rotation, like an affinity that I can actually showcase it on. It keeps going on a different affinity, which is really annoying. It keeps pushing itself to an affinity that's like force, so I can't properly showcase it. But yeah, it's on my list. Oh, it cleanses the highest attack. Yeah, but I like, a good team doesn't... Like, you've got Shamael, so what are you cleansing? Right, you've got Pintroy. I don't really see the need for it. She's gonna one-shot everything anyway. It's not that I'm saying Lady Mikage is bad. I'm just saying I'm wondering if she's actually that valuable there, or if there are just better options. Like, if you've got Lady Mikage, you've probably got quite a vast roster, so you might have a better option. So... Cleansing provokes. Yeah, I mean, I get it. But you're going to have decreased accuracy out with... doesn't Troy put decreased accuracy out? I'm sure it does. Yeah, so like if you've got decreased accuracy out, then the provoke's probably going to get resisted. Purely because it's like your base Great Hall plus decreased accuracy on hard or brutal. It's just not enough accuracy on the enemy. So it's probably going to get resisted half the time anyway. I said, I just think, I don't think her kit is like that impactful. It could be as well that Mikage didn't have War Master. So that's why I'm like, oh, the damage is not that great. If the War Master comes in and actually she adds another 10 million damage to her overall, then probably it's better. But at 5 million, she is not... She's not doing it, you know? Yeah, it's more like the area bonuses, Papatez, right? So if you think you're getting up to 80, you probably got 80 in your Great Hall Affinity if you've maxed it, and then area bonuses you might have already 40 odds. So you're already at a 120. Oh, 1 second. What have you done? Huh? What have you done? What have you done? No. I need to put the pillow on the chair. Yes, come on. Yes. Bribery, isn't it? I don't want to do it. Haha, got you. Honest. Oh, now you get off. Honestly. Never have cats. Ever in your life. She knocked the pillow off the chair and then just stands on the chair as if looking at me as if to say, I'm not moving now. Animals. Why is Harima so good? Well, she scales incredibly hard. Because she gives herself 30% increased defense. She just ends up hitting incredibly hard. And the majority of her damage is also single target. Which means that she doesn't get any penalties. She does have a provoke, but people don't really use it for the provoke. And so what you end up in a situation as well is you can also decrease the target's, I think, defense or attack. So you get a lot of defense reduction. So she actually just ends up being... You in? What are you doing? Here we go. Honestly. Yeah, she just scales really good, which is a benefit. She also can't be critically hit by Demon Spawn, right? So that doesn't really work here. But she will just destroy target's defense. She increases her own up to 100%, which is crazy. She also has an AoE decrease attack. So it's just a really good like damage kit. She just absolutely pumps more damage than you would think. What would be your recommendation for PvP Harima? Probably something like Life Harvest. Maybe. I mean, you do sacrifice a lot of stats. That or Lightning Cage. Probably Lightning Cage. Basically, you can't get a damage blessing with defense primary stat. So you have to sacrifice like 750 defense. It's just what it is. Your choice is either you take a non-crit damage defense-based blessing for 750 defense, or you drop the defense and take the 38% crit damage and take the lightning cage effect, or you drop both and go for Life Harvest and try and out-turn meter it, but I would recommend not doing that. The only reason why I put Life Harvest on my Vlad is because he has so much built-in turn meter here. So when he gets a turn, he'll get 20% turn meter back for every revive. Then he can steal turn meter. Then he also gets turn meter on his passive. So what ends up happening is he just cycles constantly and very, 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 very fast. So it just happens to benefit him more than anything. But you do lose a bunch of statistics when you take this blessing, right? It's a tanky blessing. It's designed for champions you need to want to take turns. Do you think Polly's going to get replaced by Def Damage Pick? No, Polly... Oh, the only change they're doing with Polly... Polymorph is just going to go from... Instead of on every single attempt to replace a buff... Every single attempt to place a debuff... Every single attempt to steal a buff... Instead of it on each individual attempt... It's going to be... I use one ability, I have one roll. So they're going to take it from being individual to total roll. So it means you're going to get 1 times 25% if you have Fearsome Presence, rather than multiple 20% attempts. That's what makes Polymorph incredibly strong, is multiple all the time. So you go Ward of the Fallen. I mean, you can go Ward of the Fallen, but that's 6-star. But that's 6-star. You know? Well, I'm not giving bad advice. He's not asking for a 6-star, are you? He's asking what would you be blessing for PvP Harima? Unless he's got a 6-star Harima, it's not bad advice. Because Ward of the Fallen is pretty useless unless it's 6-star. The only reason why it's picked on champions like Rhodus and Taras is because they're HP based. So it's going to give them an awful lot of stats, right? But HP is not going to benefit her. So unless she's up at like 6-star, this is kind of useless. Because she's going to lose the Bone Stack armor. It's not going to do anything. Well, just because everyone's using it doesn't mean they're right. Lightning Cage is good for protecting the buffs on Harima. My default assessment for defense-based damage dealers are... Like, you got to remember, you're not running accuracy alpha. So therefore, a low polymorph isn't going to work because you're not running accuracy. Why the hell would you put accuracy on Harima? What part of this... What, you wouldn't want to put accuracy because you'll polymorph yourself. So you're not running accuracy. So if you're not running accuracy, you can't polymorph someone. So it doesn't work. So you might as well take Lightning Cage, where at least you get crit damage. If you pick polymorph, you're sacrificing damage. Right? If you pick polymorph, you are sacrificing at least one of the damage points. You might get 400 defense. Cool. You lose 38% crit damage. And this doesn't work because you need accuracy. Whereas at least with this works at level 1. I also get a little bit of max HP damage. So if I'm trying to take a tank down, it's going to help me. This is just far better as a blessing until you hit 6-star. Then you can look at maybe Ward of the Fallen, because this is very strong at 6-star. You could even look at maybe like a Soul Reap if you wanted it. I don't think... Or Polymorph at 6-star. But I don't think it's worth it. I actually think Polymorph is not that valuable anymore. She's never going to have enough accuracy to land it. And even if she does, she's going to polymorph herself then. You wouldn't build accuracy into a damage build. Blessing for 6-star Necra. I actually think Life Harvest is very good at 6-star Necra. Because it gives him turn meter, right? And you want turn meter for his counterattack. So definitely Life Harvest for Necra. Temporal Chains is not a bad option. I would say it's not a bad option, right? Because at least you get something from it active at that level. I just always deviate towards Lightning Cage because 9 times out of 10, you just want to make sure your buffs are protected. Alpha, are you a platinum player? If you're not a platinum player, you can't come in here and say all the platinum players are doing it, so I must be right. Okay, look, here's a platinum player not using polymorph. Let's see how many Harima players here don't have polymorph. Oh, look, guess what? There isn't any platinum players here. Funny enough, why? Because they're using Tarichka. Temporal Chains. Shock horror. Do I need to carry on? Can we find another Harima? Oh, look, there's one polymorph. But then he's got polymorph on all of them. Why has he got polymorph on his Pythian? The Pythian doesn't have any accuracy. It's probably not going to work. That's an old build. Wow, look at this guy. Rocking the mythicals, eh? See if we can find another one. Look, temporal chains. There's a shock horror. Do we need to go for another one? Do I need to find another one? Just to prove my point? Look, temporal chains. It's almost as if temporal chains is the preference. Do I need to find another one? I can keep going. Is there another Harima here? Oh, look. Life Harvest. Do I need to keep going? I'm being sarcastic because you were sarcastic to me. So, you know, this is what happens when you come into a chat and start actually shouting at someone without actually due process. And you know what? These aren't platinum teams, right? So I'm not sitting here saying this is what's going to be on defense. Is polymorph an option? Absolutely. But don't come shouting at me saying I'm giving bad advice because I'm assuming someone doesn't have 6-star blessings. Because unless you're 6-star blessing, an investment into Ward of the Fallen or polymorph is very, very heavy. Whereas an investment into Lightning Cage is pretty safe and you get something at level 1. And even if you don't want to, temporal chains is absolutely a better option as well, because at least you guarantee you get something. I welcome everyone's opinion. Everyone is allowed to have an opinion, but don't come into someone's chat and start shouting at them and saying they're giving bad advice and they're wrong because they don't know what they're talking about because, oh, platinum players are. You're probably not even in platinum. The majority, and do you know what? Actually, the majority of players here, if they're asking me advice about what blessings they should use, they're probably not in platinum, so it doesn't really matter. Right. Anyway. Back to the matter at hand. Helping Jessica defeat Doom Tower. What would you put on a 4-star Wukong? Depends how you've built him. I've gone temporal chains, but that's because I've built him for a debuffer. So therefore I want the accuracy. And I've found that he requires some sort of turn meter control. But if you're probably going damage, then it's probably Lightning Cage, I would say. Soul Reap just doesn't work in most scenarios, so I wouldn't recommend Soul Reap. But Lightning Cage is pretty good at 4-star because you get all the main stats that you want, and it gives a little bit of damage bonus. You can absolutely as well if you want go Aura, but I feel like that's silly if you want damage, right? Because you're just sacrificing so much stats. You can get your Aura from elsewhere, so I would go like Lightning Cage or Soul Reap. Pretty much, when it comes to blessings, the way you want to go is, if I'm an attack-based champion, then 9 times out of 10, if I want to do damage, it's going to be Lightning Cage or Soul Reap. But more often than not, I've deviated towards Lightning Cage because Soul Reap gets counted by Harima, it gets counted by like shields. It doesn't actually kill anyone because it doesn't do it based off the max HP, only the current HP. If there's some weird mechanics going on, half the time Soul Reap just doesn't kill its target. So I'd much rather have Lightning Cage that just gives me guaranteed protection of my buffs rather than something that just doesn't work. If you're a defense-based champion, there aren't many great options. You're normally looking at stats versus utility. If you're a HP-based champion, always Ward of the Fallen for damage. And then if you're utility, then if you want to take turns, if you need your champion to do things like Necret, then Life Harvest is very good. Right, if you just need your champion to exist, then Life Harvest is not essential. You can take something like Temporal Chains if you want to slow the enemy down. You can also take Polymorph if you feel like you need to stop the enemy from stealing your buffs and various different things. Polymorph is pretty good if you're putting it on a debuffer as well, but a slow debuffer, right? But I've just been finding that Polymorph is getting less usage because people are realizing that Life Harvest is incredibly strong. They're realizing that things like Temporal Chains and controlling the speed of the fight is good. There is metas that exist within Live Arena and Platinum tier and Tag Team tier, right? There's probably more a preponderance towards Polymorph in Classic because speed is less important in Classic. Whereas in Live Arena, getting control of the fight, Temporal Chains helps you, you know? I've never pushed Platinum because I know I can't win in Platinum, so I don't want to. No, I understand how Platinum works, but if I was giving advice to Platinum players, then it would be different. Just pulled a 6-star soul for Ray. Recommendation. 6-star Ray. Probably... It depends where you're going to use her. If you're using her for Arena Nuker, then, again, similar principles. Lightning Cage or Soul Reap. Probably Lightning Cage. But because she does do debuffs and buff stripping, you might want to look at maybe an accuracy stat. Like if you're using her in PvE, Crushing Rend, right? If anyone is being... If you're using a champion outside of Arena, Crushing Rend is incredibly good. In Arena, Crushing Rend is trash. It just doesn't have enough... You're not fighting high enough level mobs. This really works the higher the level the mob. The higher the level, the monster Crushing Rend gets even stronger. It's really, really strong. Yeah, they need to add a defense-based blessing that's absolutely suitable for a damage dealer, because it just isn't one. There's plenty of terrible blessings. Absolutely, there's plenty of terrible blessings. So they can easily replace one of them with a defense-based nuker, you know? You forgot to do Iron Twins. I always remember. Do you like to send Whisper into Finite? I send Whisper everywhere. But anyway, look, what I will say is, my opinion doesn't need to be gospel. You know, if someone asks me, what do I recommend? I can give a recommendation based on my experience. If they then want to go and consume a recommendation from another video, you know, Alpha, all you had to do was say, oh, you can also use Polymorph because that's used a lot in Platinum Arena. That's absolutely fine to have that opinion. You wouldn't get this reaction from me. But when you come at me saying I'm giving terrible advice, that's just really disrespectful. And it really frustrates me because I'm not trying to give bad advice. I'm sure there's lots of different ways you can use lots of different champions. That's why there's not... That's why I'm not the only content creator in the world. Believe it or not. Shock horror. It's just a matter of politeness. Anyway, so let's have a look what you've been doing so far in... So we need a team to beat Dark Fae. Normal. So you've done this team so far. Okay. And I think if I remember correctly, you said this needed to be done, like this was a perfect run. Right? You said it was done perfectly, and it probably didn't happen again. Hey Saf, watch HH11 referral accounts. Do you need to change food troops to get experience for the auto run on blue stacks, or can I send the succubus to get it done? I absolutely have no idea, Russian tuber. I haven't watched the video yet. I'll be honest, I've been too busy today. Yeah, I use White Dryad a ton now in Hydra for the Permataunt. She's really good. How come I can't even find the teams I use on Team Optimizer? Because there's millions of them. There is thousands and thousands of them. We will be adding a feature where we have just your teams. It's on my list to do, but I just haven't got around to it yet. Right, so what I would suggest you do is build this. So... Every team needs one of these. So it should be Royal Guard. Okay, so what I'm going to do on my screen is I'm going to build the team that I think you should run. And then we'll figure out the speeds. Okay. So we need a lore. Royal Guards. My team's found by searching Filger and Whisper. Yeah, probably. I'm surprised not many people use Filger. She's really good. Do you think they should rework Hydra and reduce the turn count by doing 3 keys? I think it's fine. The only reason why turn count is a problem right now is because we have... the only reason why it's a problem right now is because we have... We've added Hydra Clash. So if they rework Hydra Clash, yes. I don't think Hydra itself is problematic. It's the fact that Hydra Clash forces you to run it longer. Do you think Supreme Kale, Akimtem, Cold Heart, Renegade, and Final would do a Spider 10? I don't know. I don't know if you have enough max HP, Daniel. You'd have to write out for me how you expect the rotation to work. Yeah, Chronum's pretty accessible. And to be honest, Chronum is a great alternative if you don't have Ninja. So... could use Theodore. He thinks and ponders to himself. Alright, what do we got for decreased turn meter? Got loads. Got a Cold Heart, so we can absolutely use a Cold Heart here. We'll have a Gnute. Gnute the Hoot. And then we just need a setup, right? Do we have enough wave clear? Maybe not. It's the wave clear. I'm just thinking how we can kill the waves. Is all I'm thinking of at the moment. Like, Nute's great for the boss, because we can just one-shot the boss, and then just A1 all the way. So we can schedule it so that he opens with his A3, and then we just A1 the rest, so that the turn meter stays down. It's almost like speeds up the run. I'm wondering if we just drop the Cold Heart. We don't really need that with the 3 that we've got. That gives us the ability to run Ragash. Right, because Ragash is going to have increased speed for us. We could run something like an Ethos as well. We just basically, what I'm looking for is a wave kill. Like a wave clear here right now. What are you using Deacon for? Are you using Deacon for anything? Yeah, but Akimton doesn't bring anything when you get to the boss. That's the problem. Boss, then K... you're going to have to go before the boss on hard 10. Otherwise, you'll die, Daniel. If you're trying to do hard 10 Spider, I think you've got to go before the boss. The boss can't take a turn first. Okay, so we could use Deacon. Deep's defense. Probably can kill it between those. I don't think we need anything there. So if we just bring more turn meter control, right? Absolutely could use one of these, because these have got... I'm thinking in my brain. Poison points increase speed. don't need decreased speed because we got it, so we just need increased speed. So we could just do that for weekend. That would be great. No turn meter control, but we do have double turn meter control, so we don't really need it. So PO. So I would run this. I was thinking of doing a weird budget version of the team you ran after they patched Spider again. Yeah. I just think I see what you mean. So basically let the boss take a turn to kill the spiderlings all in one go, reset it. You probably need to set it up so it goes Supreme Kale Akimtum. Then the boss takes a turn. Then you reset. So if you can get Akimtum and Supreme Kale above the speed of the boss, that might be better. I'm not sure though if it'll work. That's a fair point with Newt. It depends on how well Newt is built. Alright, yeah, I forgot the clone killing, you're right. I forgot the clone killing. You're right, I forgot about clone killing. It's a shame because Knut would be fast. Wonder if we can make Royal Guard just one-shot the wave. I mean, Rogash is a similar problem. He's defense-based. We don't really want to use him. Right, so the teams, the four we've got is pretty good. We just need a clone killer, which is someone like a Fulger or a Yakal or someone like that. That's what we need, is a clone killer. I mean, with a decreased defense, would it work? Maybe. I mean, we could just run Ethos, I guess. We'd be limited on turn meter control, but we do have like a 15% drop in Deacon. We do have an Allure A1. We do have Royal Guard A3. We do have Theodore's decreased speed and increased speed. So we've got a lot. It's just whether or not Ethos could kill the wave. But Ethos himself doesn't have any turn meter control. So maybe we drop the Theodore, bring in Ethos, because then we've got a weaken. So then we just need like someone with increased speed. Honestly, I feel like Diabolist is a good option here. Diabolist or Golden Reaper, right? I feel like Diabolist is just really good. Yeah, I don't think we got double Allure in here. I don't think that's possible. I think we've got a single Allure. Oh, we do have you do have two Allures, so you just run double Allure. We'll just run double Allure, I guess. We'll drop Theodore, bring another Allure in. That way we keep the boss down permanently. And then just bring Ethos, right? So we'd run this. So we go Deacon into Ethos Nuke, and then just run double Allure with Royal Guard. That could do it. Should keep it down, right? They're all squishy as well. Should also all get one shot. Double Allure should absolutely keep the boss's turn meter down. Probably doesn't need to be a rank 6 Allure either. It can be fine at rank 5. Just make sure it's 100% crit rate. Let's mock it up a little bit. Let me see if I can find a tick rate calculator. Dark Fae. There we go, look. As if by magic, we already have a calculator. So this will be, let's see. Deacon, Allure 1, Allure 2, Royal Guards, Ethos. Let's just check what stages we're on. Okay, 190. All right. Okay, so. And height. All right. This is going to be hard for me to figure out. So I've got to figure all these things out. So the aura, what do we got over here? No. Ethos, Allure, 1 star, Royal Guards, 2 star. Excellent. Okay, so this just needs to be a 19. Let's just check base speeds. Mr. Ethos, your base speed is 99. Oops. Royal Guard, your base speed is 93. God, Royal Guard's base speed is awful, isn't it? Who knew that? It's funny when you look at these things, you're thinking, they're fine. Actually, a really horrific base speed. For a champion that is so good. Truly. Deacon at 100. Alright, good. Okay. So, let's bring them all down to a reasonable level. Let's say a Deacon is, I don't know, 220. You need to be 190. So, like, maybe Deacon's like 200 to 199, 198, 197, 19, and then like 201, 200, like that. All right. Speed with aura, blah, blah, blah. Awesome. All right, let's just drag this down. Let's reset all this. Because we don't know when the buff's going to come in. Let's just get rid of boosts. Resetting it all. And let's just get rid of speed debuffs as well. And let's just get rid of turn meter boost. All right. So we're basically just resetting it here, okay? So we got all the clones mapped out. So if anyone doesn't know what I'm doing here, I'm basically mapping out the battle flow as we come into battle. So one thing is you need to make sure that we have the right setup. What we really would like to do is go Deacon A3 into Ethos Nuke, into Royal Guard into Allure A1, Allure A1, and Royal Guard A3, right? We could probably stagger the Allures if we wanted to, but absolutely, to be honest, we'd want to have it like this, right? We want the Royal Guards to get his decreased speed up as soon as possible in an ideal world. We don't want the Royal Guard to miss. We also want to make sure that Ethos can kill all the clones, because if he doesn't, then the problem you've got is Royal Guard's A3 will go a bit haywire. Royal Guard should be able to put decreased speed on the target. That's very important. And then Allures will basically manage the turn meter control. Then we're just killing it between the Royal Guard and the Ethos and the Deacon. If we take a hit, it's fine because Leech will be out for Deacon, so we can tank it. So that's the key thing you want to do. You want to make sure you get into the battle with the right skills at the right time. So the flow we need to have here is Deacon doing his A3. Ethos can do A3, A2, it doesn't really matter. Royal Guard A3, A1, A1. That is the rotation we need to have at the enter of the battle. But Deacon is going to do A3 into A2. Okay, so the good thing is extra turns don't actually cause you to have a tick, so we can just do A3 into A2. Okay, what that is going to do, it's going to give everyone a boost. And it's going to drop turn meter as well. Right, so it's going to basically drop turn meter. So everyone's going to be there. Nobody's dead at the moment, so that's fine. Get rid of that. And at this point, everyone should die, right? So Ethos should one-shot everything. Then Royal Guard's going to come in with A3, and this is when the speed debuff goes on. But he also drops turn meter, right? So he will also, at this point, I think, what's his chance to do it? I always forget his chances. What is it? Royal Guard, Royal Guard, Royal Guard. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing a debuff. Each hit also has a 75% chance. So let's just assume a worst case scenario. We only get like one of them, right? You should get at least one. Then Allure is going to come in and go, I think it's 25% each. Does the boss at stage 10 in normal have the passive? I think it does, right? Are all these effects halved at normal? I'm pretty sure they are, right? Well, Royal Guard's in there for damage. The problem is Newt won't die, right? I'm looking at the level of gear. Newt is not going to die to the clone. He's going to be too tanky. So I'm thinking about that more than anything else is... will there be enough damage to kill the Newt outright? I don't think so. And he's the two Allures... Newt is a law. So if you're not using Newt for his A3, then he's not much value. And if you can't kill him, then you can't kill the boss anyway, so it's not going to work. So it's just more safer to do this. I'm pretty sure the normal boss... I'm just checking if the normal boss has... I can't check. I don't think I can check. Does the normal boss have the passive to reduce turn meter control? Can anyone tell me? The one that has Almighty Persistence. Is that on the normal boss as well? I can't check because I've got it locked. Because I haven't climbed normal yet. Yeah, normal Dark Fade. Does it have the passive that reduces turn meter reduction by 50%? No Halsring on the account. No Yakal on the account either. Not yet. Yeah, it's halved. Okay, and then this needs to be half of everything. I couldn't remember if normal had it or not. So this is minus 0.15 times 0.5. And then that's going to be 12.5. This is minus 25. My brain cannot do math tonight. Equals minus 0.75 times 0.5. Just easy to do that. You know, 0 minus 0.375. And that's A1. Ethos can just do A2. Doesn't really matter. Roll Guard will do A2. A little A1. whatever. Just do A1, A1, 1, A1. Royal Guards. I think these speeds will be absolutely fine. I don't think you need more than these. You could probably go slower in some of them, but this is a good starting point. Royal Guards. It's a 4-turn cooldown. So Royal Guards on 1. So it's 3 turn, 2 turn, 1 turn. Yeah, look, I don't think the boss is ever going to take a turn here, right? I think we're good. Ethos can just do A3, then you'll do A3 here. Which means that Royal Guard is now going to do a potential. I'm calculating Royal Guard as like the worst possible outcome here, which is 1.25. Which, I'll be honest, it's probably not going to be. Oops. It'll probably be more than that. Yeah, so these speeds work. It's quick math, it's napkin math in my brain. I have to use the calculator. What does the turn meter jump each tick? What do you mean, turn meter jump each tick? Yeah, Ruella's really, really good. I use Ruella in my team. So these speeds will work for you, Jessica. And the boss will never take a turn. Look, the boss can never take a turn. As long as you lock off the AI, these speeds will work. You can literally run these speeds. Now, if you want to get to those speeds, like for example, if you want to run your Ethos minus 18 speed, then you can use Whirlwind of Battle to make sure he kills the waves. Because as long as Ethos gets to battle with his A3, you should be fine. Okay? So if you run these speeds... Oh, damn it. I forget Google does this. So if you run that, and you want to basically make it so Deacon A3 into A2, Ethos A3, Nuke, or clones, Allure only A1, Royal Guard A3 into boss. Okay, you want to make sure it sets up like that. So how do you do that? You basically set the AI. I'll show you exactly how my team works here because I need to do the rest within half an hour, so I've got to blast it. So my team here that I've got set up, you'll see that I've got... I basically made it so they can do whatever they want on wave 1 apart from Ruella and Whisper, right? They could do whatever they want. I don't really mind. Wave 2, Lysandra is not allowed to use her A3 or A2 at all. Ruella is not allowed to use her A3 or A2. Fulgia is not allowed to use her A3 or A2, but she can open with her A3. Whisper is not allowed to use her A2 or A3. And you see what I'm saying. And when we get to the boss, Allure just A1s. Whisper has a setup for A3 into A2. Fulgia opens with the A3, but prioritizes the A2. Ruella opens with the A2, but prioritizes the A3. And we have Lysandra opening A3 into A2. The key thing is making sure you get to the final boss with the skills that you need. That is the important aspect here, okay? So, for example, when I run this now, you'll see what I mean, right? So we're going to open it floor. I'm allowing them to do whatever they want here because this is quite a difficult wave to kill because it's got a Siffy. So I do need some level of damage. So I don't mind them using their abilities because they'll get them back before the next boss. Fulgia, I've got in Whirlwind of Death, so she has to kill 3 people. That's where my team can fail. If Fulgia doesn't get 3 kills, then she gets to the boss at the wrong turn speed, basically. So you can see I'm allowing them to take a hit because they won't do enough damage to me to kill me. But now we're basically A1ing only. We're not allowed to use anything else. Because we need to make sure we get to the boss of the right state, which is this one now. So now you'll see Lysandra will A3. And if I've done enough with Fulgia, A2 nuke. Then we get the decreased speed on as soon as we can. Then we start dropping. We bring some damage in. And then we bring the double 100% turn meter drops. 1, 2. Then we boost. And now we're basically into a cycle. And now it's kind of like a speed against... Basically, it's a race against time. Can I kill it before it kills me a little bit? Because you can see my allure is not very well built. So I'll probably take a hit or two. Right, we actually resisted there, which is really bad luck. But, you know. So I can take, for example here, I can take a hit. Normally. He says. This is like a case of bad run. But you can see I can take a hit. This is hard as well. But even if I fail, it doesn't matter here. Because I can just rerun it. So it doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to get to the boss with that setup. That's the key thing, right? Again, doesn't matter. This wave here, they can do whatever they want. I don't mind because they do need to get a level of killing. It does help if you put masteries on your team as well. I haven't put masteries on my team. It's actually astonishing how little masteries I have in this team. I'll show you the speeds on this. You won't believe it. This is hard Doom Tower. You won't believe the build. It's kind of dumb. I can 100% make this faster, more efficient, and more safe. If I wanted to. Again, we get to the boss. What have we got? A3. Straight into an A2 nuke. Kill the clones. Get the decreased speed up straight away. Start dropping turn meter. We can fail. Like there, for example, we resisted the weaken. So it does mess up a little bit of the damage output. It's going to mess our damage output a lot. So if you 3% like a decreased speed, that's where it fails. But because the run is so fast, it doesn't really matter. You just run it again. Right? It's not a problem. You just run it again. As long as the decreased speed is on, that's the most important one here. You really do want to have the decreased speed. Like, we're going to lose all of our damage right now because we still haven't placed weaken. Because, you know, the game hates me. So all of the damage is going to take twice as long. Now we get the weaken out. That little A1 from Ruella is actually very, very handy, believe it or not. Ruella's A1 is one of the best things about her because you steal a little bit of turn meter and it can actually have quite a big impact. So once again here, I can take a turn. It's not a problem because I'm back in straight away. It can fail. I can take a hit or two. And now we actually are going to be doing some proper damage. Unlike before, where we were not. Morrigan is a great option as well. The Lysandra spot can be Morrigan. It can be Lysandra. It can be Deacon. It could even be Diabolist, right? Which you can farm. Right? You can farm Diabolist. Because she does exactly the same thing. It's a drop and an increase at the same time. Into some sort of extra effect. I would put the tier list almost like Lysandra, Morrigan, Deacon, Diabolist. But Diabolist and Deacon are quite close. You're trading increased speed for an aura. So if you have an aura and another champion, you might want the Diabolist because you have a higher base speed and also you get the increased speed with her kit. So you get 15% up, 15% down, and an increased speed. So there's just like, it depends on the balance of your team. With this team, we didn't need an increased speed because we have so much turn meter control. It's not needed. Sylar is absolutely great as well. I think I used Sylar once. Okay, so here's where it went wrong. I have reaction on my team. My Whisper has reaction. Bad call. That's why this run is a fail. You have to make sure that when you build these, Jessica, build them squishy. They cannot be too tanky because if you can't kill your clone, that's where it normally fails. There I failed because I've got a reaction ring on my Whisper because it's like a quad roll or something. Normally you would not have reaction. So. Kimmy can work, yeah. Kimmy's a good option. Yeah, Kimmy's an absolute fine option as well. Because again, it's I don't know if her as long as she boosts, right, it's fine. It's not as effective, but it will be fine. Squishy Yellows are fine in Fire Knight as well. If the Fire Knight is taking a turn, it's gone wrong. That's the way to look at it, right? Both Fire Knight and Dark Fae, it's kind of like, if they are allowed to take a turn, especially on normal difficulty, the team is probably not set up right. Like, those speeds that I've given you, the boss will never take a turn, even on the worst RNG, right? Because that is calculating as if Royal Guard doesn't drop any turn meter control other than once. So... who can replace Whisper? Anyone, really. Your Carl. Like, I only use Whisper because I can just abuse it. But, like, Newt can do it if you can kill the Newt, if you're strong enough. Like, the reason why I didn't recommend Newt for Jessica is because I know her Savage gear is still in a developing phase. So it's whether or not she actually has the gear to break through the defenses. So you don't want to make your job harder for you when you don't need to. But Whisper can be anyone here. Like, you can see I'm resisting all the time. I'll show you the actual setup for this right now. It's crazy. It's really bad. Let me show you my team. It will blow your mind how poorly I've put it together. It's actually kind of embarrassing it's that bad. Yeah, anyone can replace Whisper, but nobody will ever do it as good as Whisper. That's the difference. You can replace Whisper. It ain't going to be doing it as good as Whisper. This is my team. No masteries. Pretty much the only champion that is of any pace is Lysandra. And I'm pretty sure she doesn't need to be that fast. That's why I said I can make it go a lot faster. If I just put War Master on all these champions, I could probably cut my runtime down by 30 seconds. If I actually built, like, proper, like... It's a pretty damage in a lore. But without War Master and other things, it doesn't do much damage. You don't need crazy speeds. I have no idea why I've got 114% crit damage on, crit rate on Folger. I must have changed something. It's a really bad build. Yeah, but I contextualize it with Lysandra. She doesn't need to be this fast. She absolutely does not need to be this fast. You could probably drop her down to 250, to like 255, and she'll be doing the same thing. If anything, the extra speed is being wasted. Helmet is viable. Yeah, Helmet's not bad. You can actually use Helmet as the clone killer because he does hit hard enough, and then you have your increased speed with it. Just be mindful that the enemy Helmet, Liam, can't be turn meter reduced. So just be mindful of that. You can't drop the enemy helmet's turn meter bar. Just be careful with that. Reached level 75. I do need to download it. I haven't had a chance yet, Acrobat. My time is, like, awful. You don't have Deacon, Morrigan, Necmo, or Lysandra. Go get Diabolist. Honestly, Diabolist is OP. Zoom. Like, Diabolist is absolutely OP. She has one of the highest base speeds in the game. 112 speed. So they are booked. You know, they're fully booked. But you can see you don't need masteries. The only one that's booked for any damage is Whisper. Like, easily, I could push like 20, 30 speed on a low and it would make it better. Yeah, on 120 hard. Yeah. What like... Dude, I'm running a law at 199 speed with no masteries. I'm running Ruella at 197 speed with no 120 hard. You don't necessarily need OP picks in like Giga Gear. You just need to have the right speed to and the right balance with a bit of speed in it. She will drop turn meter by 15%, increase it, and then you get speed buff. She will do a job for you. Yeah, this team, honestly, this team would be awful for a showcase, right? Because I haven't actually maxed it out. I could probably get a 1 minute Dark Fate team if I actually maxed this out, because War Master would add a tremendous amount of damage, right? Accuracy levels. I got 477 here. Probably still resisting for some reason. This 351 I was resisting a few times. Like, it's just not efficient. Folger, for example, should really be She's in she's actually in my Shogun team, so I probably didn't even notice. But this just wrecks people anyway, right? Fulger just hits so much, it doesn't really matter. Because they're squishy, right? They're not that strong. We got 1,600 defense, 1,900 defense. Like, they're all squishy. So Savage Cruel is going to rinse through them even with a shield. Because the shield on a 60,000 is not much. Should you have Bolster? No. Absolutely not. You're correct, Green Virus. You shouldn't have it, but I use it for Shogun teams. So it's there for the sake of that. Oh, I need to buy tag team refills. Nearly forgot. Tag team refills. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost forgot. What's the role of Ruella in the team? Decrease defense and weaken to set up the Whisper. Decrease speed to slow the boss down. And then Ruella's A3 will give me a turn meter boost of 20%. And Harassment Volley will also steal 15% of the boss's turn meter, which is an effective 30% turn meter. Oh, damn. I need to kill the Spider's Den with Night Revenants 10 times. Okay, well, we'll do that now. We'll do that in a second. Right, so you're basically getting with the A1 a net 30% difference because the boss loses 15%, you gain 15%, and then you get the boost, and then it's this decreased defense, weaken, and speed. Right, so she's setting up the Whisper, boosting everyone's turn meter, and dropping the boss's turn meter. She's very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. Fulger, in my opinion, is the best clone killer in the game. Purely because she's epic, doesn't require legendary books. She self-buffs her increased attack, so she doesn't require an attack buff. She has 100% turn meter depletion on her A2. She also has very good turn meter gain, so when she actually kills the clone, she gets all of the turn back, so she's almost back to her A2 again. So in my opinion, she is just the best. Like, I know people argue things like Hegemon, they'll argue things like Yakal. Absolutely viable picks. She's the best one in my opinion. Nobody, like, I think if you put in a tier list, she'd be the #1 for me. If you gave me a list of all the champions in the game, she'd be the first one I pick for for Dark Fae. She's just so good. But yeah, that's 120 hard, and it probably has like a 70% success rate. It doesn't actually matter if it fails, right? It doesn't matter if it fails because it's like a 1.5 run. So just run it again. That is a 6-star Fulger with really... Is she not wearing an attack percentage chest? Green Virus. Why is her attack only 3,000? What's going on there? Why is Allur's crit rate 116%? So the only pointers I would have is why is Allur's crit rate 116% and why is Fulger's attack so low? Otherwise, it's great. Otherwise, it looks great. And why is Ruella in Helm Smasher? She should be in War Master, not Helm Smasher, unless you're using it for someone else. Yeah, but surely she's in an attack percentage chest. She must not be in an attack percentage chest. Yeah, she must not be at that attack that attack values. That's like half my attack, so she must not be in an attack percentage chest or something. It's about to have like 70 res 5-star glyphs and don't use them. Not really. How many have I got? I have 175. My Axiglyphs are running low, actually. I need to farm up more of those. Yeah, right. Let's do this then. Send a DM to help with your referral. Oh, cool. I'll send you a link. Thanks for my 3-day XP boost, Magnadra. Oh, Luso, just seen your team. Yeah, that'll be why. Swap it to an attack percentage chest, if you can. I know it might struggle, but that's where you're missing out. Yeah, so we just need to do clear Spider's Den with all champions from the Night Revenants 10 times. Fine. It should be straightforward. Can they just duo it? Do we reckon? Can they? Do we reckon they can just duo it? I need someone to set up decreased defense and weaken. Give it a go. Give it a go, right? Probably that. Like, boom. Boom. Isn't it amazing that she resisted the boss? So, boom. Let's hope for a little bit more damage there, I'm not gonna lie. I guess the old Whisper ain't gonna do it here. That resets Devastator, which is A2, right? So we just do that. Drop everyone's turn meter. Very unhelpful that we didn't get the decreased defense. I mean, they could probably just duo it. I mean, it's not a major problem. I'm just like, ugh. Just like activate that for a second. I guess we just whack it for a little bit. Burn him out. I think they can probably just solo the damn thing, can't they? If I just take these out, probably just solo the damn thing. Oh, Theodore, you absolute monstrosity of a champion that didn't A3 first. It's fine. I mean, just... I mean, they're not going to kill my... They're not going to kill him, are they? Let's face it, just do that again. Equal up. Get some increased speed going. Burn him out. Activate it off. I mean, I just feel like you can just probably do it this way. I'm in a great position to become the #1 raid CC. I doubt that. I'm not in the test server, am I? It's fine. I don't really mind. So that's working, right? Yeah, so we just need to do that like 8 times. It's fine. It's fine. Easy. Easy. I know there's a reason why I picked this up. How did you figure out the math for the tick calculator? So a bunch of, like, many years ago, many moons ago, in a land long forgotten, someone figured out the constant that defines the way that the tick rate is placed within the game code, right? So the game basically operates on a simple principle of, like, basically it's like a race course, yeah? So, oh, is he gonna die? No. There we go. So you're basically on a race course. Everyone is like got a certain speed that they're running. So all you needed to do was work out exactly how that unit was filling turn meter. And once you figure that out, then you just had to figure out some basic rules, like how do tiebreakers work, And someone basically figured out by reverse engineering the game data that there was a constant that defined the rate in which you filled your turn meter. So using that information, they were able to determine a way of calculating and predicting the outcomes of it using the known quantities, which is how much speed buff increases it by, how the speed is translated, how instant effects work, how passive drops works, all these different things. It's got a lot more complicated now because there are so many different unique effects and different ways turn meter can be manipulated and stuff can work with it, which is, you know, it's really annoying when that does that. Is he going to die? Ah, he's fine, right? It's absolutely fine. Nearly. Gets close. It's so the way that it works is basically 100 divided by 0.07. 0.07 is the constant. That gives you then the turn meter capacity. Then you take your speed and you divide it with that figure. That gives you the individual tick rate, right? That's how much you're adding to your turn meter bar every time the battle engine processes a turn in battle. And then once someone reaches 100 units, they get to take a turn. But if there are multiple people at 100 units, the person with the highest turn meter wins. So that's how you can get into the advanced speed tuning effects like Divisional Dragon, where you can basically force an enemy or force someone to move into like multiple ticks more than they would have. For example, you can make it so that the clan boss has to take like 5 to 7 to 8 or to 10 more ticks than it needs to in order for it to take its turn. Right, that's how we set up the effect where 187 speed champion can go at 3-1, because we're using Divisional Dragon to force the boss into tiebreaker situations where the boss can't go first because he doesn't have the highest turn meter, which means that then when the next champion goes, because they go in exponentially faster than the boss, they keep putting him into a tiebreaker situation. Eventually the boss will win because eventually you can't keep up with the dragging of his tick rate, but that's kind of like how it's meant to work. That's how it works essentially. So yeah, then the clever clogs over at Dead with Jedi, his little big brain, figured out how to make it into a spreadsheet originally. And then that spreadsheet became Dead with Jedi Calculator version 1. And then it became Dead with Jedi Calculator version 2. 0.07. Yeah, 0.07, not 0.77. Eventually I'm going to do a full, like, I want to re-record the full speed series on it so that I explain exactly how it works. I've got a big like 16 episode series of videos planned. I just want to make sure the production value is really good on it. I don't want it to be just like another video that I just set up the camera and talk of or something like that. I want it to be actually like well produced. So I was going to do it when I was in Vegas, but I didn't get time to do it the way that I want it to be done. It's going to cover everything from like how to gear champions properly. He's getting close to dying here. One more. There we go. How to gear champions properly, how to look at stat budgets, how to look at roll tables, how to look at itemization, how to look at like champion roles, how to build teams around it, how to do speed tuning, all of the different things that over the years I've accumulated experience and knowledge on. Whoa, that went big. I want to do like a proper series on, but I want to make sure the production value is really good before I do it. So yeah, it's still on my list, Jessica. I was going to do it in Vegas, but time just got away from me trying to do lots of different things. And then obviously since I've been back from Vegas, it's been non-stop and I've been ill and then I wasn't ill and then I've been recovering and I've been doing lots of different things. So it's been a bit of a trial. But I actually have mapped out I've mapped out all the episodes. Where is it here? It's one of these tabs I got. So I've literally got, what was it? 13 episodes. It's called Raid Fundamentals. I've got it planned. We go through like how damage is calculated, effective HP, how affinity, basic speed, advanced speed, divisional dragging, clan boss speed tuning, how debuffs and instants and what works and what doesn't, accuracy versus resistance, gearing, stat budgets, glyphs, min-maxing, kind of like also then that will kind of conclude with like what I call the optimizer journeyman guide, which is like how to use the optimizer like a proper pro kind of thing, all the different things that, you know, we picked up over the years. So it's absolutely planned. I just didn't, as I said, I didn't get around to it for Vegas, and mainly because I wanted to make sure the production value was really high on it. I didn't want it to be a... I didn't want it just to be like a video series that I just produced. Like I just sat out here, recorded and talked to you. I wanted it to be like visual as much as I can get it visual. So that's the plan. Do I like halal street food? I don't mind falafel. How is my Theodore built? I have no idea. I barely use my Theodore. Theodore is one of those champions that he's absolutely powerful, but I feel like he needs Calvalax to really be really powerful. Like, because I don't have the reset or the setup for it, I just barely use him. There we go. Wait, was that not done? Ah, one more. Theodore is set up like... I know it's a cardinal sin to say I barely use him, but it's true. So he's just in regen. But he's fast because I use him in hard 10. Spider hard 10, right? But I don't really use him anywhere else. It's the only place I use him. When do we expect new content? I got a feeling the What's Next video must be any day now. I don't know if they're going to pump it in the game Thursday. I think it will come Monday. I would imagine if I was playing right now, what I would be doing is looking at a What's Next video either tomorrow or the day after. Thursday, then we are going to create a test server for the content creators to start prepping videos. The embargo will lift maybe Sunday or something, or Monday, and then they'll release the content Monday or Tuesday next week. If that was me, if I was in charge of the delivery cycle, if it was ready to go, that's what I would do. Because normally when they do a What's Next video, it's almost like within like a week it comes out. So, and they've been pretty candid about what it's going to do now. We've got a lot of information, so it's not like there's anything. It doesn't sound like there's much left to do. There we go. There we go. It's done. Claim. Oh, damn, I haven't done this. Oh, Lord, I haven't done the artifact enhancement. And I'm not even close to doing the artifact enhancement. I'll be honest, I'm tempted to skip this 50. I'm tempted to skip it. I don't have any silver. Look how much silver I got. Like 3 million. I'm not going to be able to get 3 million like done in. There's no way I'm going to get that done. Yeah, it is only 50. And I did the summon. I've done every point so far. Right, I'm pretty sure I've done every point so far, which is 440. So, I mean, I can trade in my clan gold for some clan silver if I want to. You know, there is like 5 million silver there. I'm halfway through the training as well. I'll do the training because that's only 50 as well. I've done everything else. That's skippable, isn't it? I don't need to do that one. No. I just don't see the point in it. Just a waste of clan gold in my book. Have you got 540? Have you done... You've done the champion training and the artifact enhancement, right? Yeah, but then I'm wasting... The problem is it's a day too late. Oh, reset, come in. Resets abound. Oof. How far was I off? So I'm just looking at Dragonair as well. I was doing a tournament to try and win some points. I want to know how far I was off the top 300. Oh, quite. Oh, it was close. It's all right. All right. Sorry, I'm just checking Dragon because that reset. I was distracted. There you go. I was distracted by Dragonair. Oh look, amazing. I logged into the game. I didn't technically log in, I didn't even log out. That's how magical that was. How magical of experience that was. What do we got? The Soul Merchant. Ooh, look, it's a 3-star Riho. I always get disappointed by this. Ah, look, if I had that, I'd buy that. But I'm not going to buy it for the coins I don't have. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can skip this. I'll get the arena one, so that'll give me 30. So I'll get 80 more because I'll do the champion training. That's no problem. So that will put me at like 440 plus 80. So I'll be on like 520. I don't know if I can be bothered. I don't know if I want to burn all that silver. It's just this is a day ending a day early. If it was tomorrow, it would have been fine because we'd be smashing Spider and then I could do some artifact upgrades. But I'd have to basically invest all my time and energy right now to get 50 points. I just don't think it's bother. I've done everything so far. I just need to be mindful that I can only skip 540. You know? So it's probably okay. It's just a very expensive points as well. I'm just worried that there'll be a hero's path and it'll have like 350 and I won't have the summoning to do it. Do you have Artak, Chris? Artak is absolutely the best champion. Artak doesn't need his support. You can solo this in regen. Artak is a monster. This is my team. It's not the fastest in the world because I've put Pith in to make it stable. Yeah, there'll be 500, so I'd be on 450. I'm just worried that there will be a hero's path with summoning that I can't skip, you know? So I'm just trying to be mindful of that. Oh, okay. I would dedicate him to this because I just think he's so good. But I'm in a... The only problem I've got with this is... Seer doesn't die because of the Pythian passive. That's my main problem here. You see, she's chunked that thing left to the right there because she just doesn't die. Because she's 6-star awakened, so she's getting so much damage reduction, but paired with the Pythian as well, she just can't die. It's a little bit frustrating. But I put Pythian in because I wanted stability, and there was a bit of issues with, like, it could fail every now and then. So it's not a problem, because it just means she's chunking the allies. I don't really want to kill the allies. But you see what I mean? Like, I can permanently keep my Seer alive. It's ridiculous. Hey, she's finally died, but the damage has been done now because the allies are going to die too quickly. What I'd really like to get is, if I can get Artak to 6-star, then I can drop Pythian because I can put him into Ward of the Fallen, which means that he can recover his bone skeletons and it will reduce 30%. So it means even if we activate the passive, he'll be able to tank it with Oella and we'll still be fine because Oella basically can tank the passive. If the passive activates, Oella doesn't die. Why do you have a ring on them? Warmaster procs. I just don't bother taking her off. It's not a problem. She's in attack ring as well. It's fine. It's still a pretty fast run. You know, so like my run, like this will be, depending on the point requirements tomorrow. Like if the point requirements are similar to, if the point requirements are similar to Finite at 2650, that will be 1,000 energy. Even at 54, it's only 898. So at best, it's costing me an extra 100 energy. It's costing me a refill. But if I don't actually fail, then that's points I get back. So it'll be fine. Unless the Ice Golem tournament ends before the end of Finite, I probably won't be doing it in Finite anyway. I'll be doing Spider. In CVC, I'll be doing Spider. Right, I'll just be running this team. How much is 155 turns? On 10 hard, Acrobat. Points per run is 48. Total energy required 1104. It's basically the same as what I just had. It's like maybe an extra 60 energy. The thing is, the curve basically punishes you early, but doesn't punish you later. So like, if you do 155 turns, you're probably going to take you the same amount of energy as you do 200 turns. It doesn't really punish you towards the end. It punishes you for the first 50 turns. If you get out of that first 50 turns, that's where you lose a lot of the value. That's why, for example, having a 5-turn cooldown, a 5-turn Spider 10 hard is very valuable over, say, a 10-turn, because that difference between the 5 and 10 is a lot more energy than if you went from like 50 to 100. Are the decimal points for calculator percentages or champs turn meter? Yeah, so if you imagine the turn meter is 100 units, therefore you're adding 0 or 1 unit, you're adding 0.25 as a tick. So it's almost like to the 1. So our attack is 5 stars. As I said, what I'd really like to do to get him to 6-star and then put him in Ward of the Fallen, because he can then recover the bone armor, because every time he does damage, he's going to get the bone armor back. So he'll always be, he's basically going to get a free stalwart set. But until I get a 5, I don't want to spend 300, was it 300 essence or whatever the stupid amount is just to get that. That's just dumb. So if I ever get a 6-star, I'll do that. He is in Stalwart Defiant to try and minimize the amount of AoE damage, and he is built at around about 193 speed, 4.2k defense, 84k HP, enough accuracy and resistance to resist. The resistance is at 232 because when we put him with Oella's Aura, which is 75 plus an extra 7.5%, so it's about 79 Aura, and the increased resistance buff, it puts him to like 450, which is enough resistance, right? So the buff combined with the aura is what's putting him over the line. She is also in Defiant Stalwart. We have her at 244 speed, 4.6k defense, 68k HP. And again, enough resistance to basically resist. She kind of has accuracy. I don't really care about it. I don't really use it for A1. She is really good though. You can see I can probably make a tankier. I had bad rolls on all these, but I could probably make a tanky if I wanted to. So you really need to build a C18 5G hard and just have Dreng Oella duo. Yeah, the only problem with Dreng is he's not as good as Artak. If you've got Artak, I would definitely use Artak. My Oella doesn't die even when Pythian's not there, Kessel. I've actually come back before and watched Oella be at like turn 1000 because she's fighting the boss on her own with an A1 and they can't kill her because they keep giving her continuous heal. Like, don't underestimate the power of Defiant Stalwart. It's incredibly strong. I'm basically taking 40% reduction of damage, Then you pair it with this, means if I get crit, I take 8% less. Then you put delayed death, and I can just stack up so much like damage reduction. It's kind of crazy. She just doesn't die. But yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Right. How are we doing in Hydro? How is our tank going? Excellent. Most people are observing. Got 3 that Pain River's gone a bit nuts, but it's fine. Everyone else is observing the rules, which is great. This is what we want. We are aiming for the tank. We want to lose this one because we want a better placement next time. That's the idea. Yeah, 3 Defiant is better if you've got it, but I didn't have 3 Defiant, so I had to go Defiant Stalwart. No worries, Hamo. I forgot about it. I just can't be bothered to do it. I'll do the champion training tomorrow because there's enough time. I'll grab this. I probably won't get the legendary book. I'll just grab the tome. These points are actually quite low. It's not so bad. Void Shard. That Void Shard absolutely has a wonderful name on it called Shuzhen, right? I doubt it, but I bet it does. Hey, look, there you go. Some points. And in, we're getting closer. How much we got? 60. So we're going to get like 30. We're going to get 80 points tomorrow. So 460 plus 80. That gets us to like 540. Cool. So we'll get a Void Shard. That's definitely got my Shuzhen name on it, right? So the rewards are okay. Anyway, guys, I'm going to call it there for the night. I need a bit of a rest. Need to eat. Jinro. I would absolutely... I'm tempted to pull Jinro just to try him for the arena, but I'd rather just wait. I actually have so many champions here now. Was it 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 3,650 points of fragment summons I have available to me. 3,650. Just waiting. Is a specific void leg? Yeah, it's very, very small. But on a progressive times 15, it's quite a high chance because there's not that many. It's at like 20% or 18% that you get it. If you get the void legendary, it's like 20%. But obviously you've got to get the void chance first. So I'll probably bash some Shogun tomorrow as well. I really wish they would do a Shogun tournament. Honestly, I really wish they would. I copied Deadwood Jedi's Ultimate Nightmare Clan Boss Team. Painkeeper throws Epic Trunk Heart. Hatred and Exact. It doesn't work. Make sure the sets that you're using is similar. You can, if it's on his website, you can probably click the link to get the speed tune. Just make sure the configuration. Sometimes if you're very close on a speed border, if you've got different set combinations, it can break. And obviously keep in mind about affinity as well, if there's any sort of stun targeting you need and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, let me know how you got, if you need help, just DM me on about the Dark Fae. Your account can do it. You just need to get, as I said, the right champions in the right order with the right speeds. You don't need to be crazy. You can drop the speeds down and get Whirlwind of Death, Jessica, like for Ethos. If Ethos needs to be slower to do damage, you can have him within 18 speed as long as he's 1 slower than Deacon. As long as it goes Deacon into Ethos, you should be fine. I've already done them. We did them last stream. Because we're tanking this week, I just did the bare minimum. Right? Absolute bare minimum. Because we're tanking this week, so I've already done them. It's nice to be able to come into a Monday and go, I don't have to do Hydra. What a dream. What an absolute dream, eh? So. Yeah, books as well. So. Yeah, Daniel, feel free to send it over to me. You may get a DM to it, that's fine. Anyway, guys, have a nice evening. I will catch you tomorrow for Abattoir Azir on Twitch. It is the launch of the new endgame mode. I'm not ready for it on my Sorcerer. I will probably get one shot, so it'd be absolutely hilarious. I'm still trying to do some glyphs, so we'll have to probably power farm some glyphs tomorrow before we get started. But yeah, we'll be doing Abattoir Azir and Diablo 4 on Twitch tomorrow if you want to hang out. Feel free. Yeah. Have a good night, guys.